And good morning.
Hello. Oh.
We are just finishing preparations to get on the road this morning. We are just east of Amarillo, just on the outskirts. We're going to get ready and head to the fuel stop right around the corner.
I have to make sure
Check the prices.
Yeah.
It is chilly. It's about 30 degrees out or so.
It was worse than that at 4 this morning when I had to take Miss Priss.
Well, hello, Rich and Sue.
Go.
How are you?
Go. Oh.
I'm getting it. You don't have to do nothing.
You have a remote for it?
I didn't have to do nothing.
Oh, all right, cool.
Hey, thanks for confirming our audio. That's much appreciated. And here anymore. There we go. See, we got it.
Okay. Yeah, I got layers upon layers and. It's actually a nice little welcome center.
It really is. This
quiet.
is at least our second time we've stayed here, if not third.
Yeah, I actually have a picture. There's a steel steer.
Mm-hmm.
And when we came in 2010, I had that fibro duck project.
Oh, yeah.
And I've got pictures of the little duck in there. What was I doing? Oh, fuel. Yeah, that was a fun project. I don't think she's doing it anymore. It was to raise awareness for fibromyalgia, and you got like a little rubber ducky, and it had dots on it for the trigger points. And you just take pictures and then share them with the world.
Just getting our. Oh, I can probably put us in travel mode. We got all the slides in, right?
Yup.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Hey, good morning, Augusto. Hope things are great in Brazil.
I read up on that soccer, the soccer legend that passed away, and there are thousands upon thousands of people that are visiting and paying respects going through the wake. Okay, so we gotta. Where are we at here? We're there. $1.96 at TA or Petro. Your choice. That's the visitors center, and that is one way. So you don't even have to get on the interstate. It doesn't look like. You just go across and take the frontage lane.
Okay.
And then the next turn is the Petro.
Cool.
For $1.96. Okay, so we got that price. Let me make sure from satellite view that.
What's the matter with you?
So I peed and pooped already, Dad.
And now the whole world knows, baby girl.
Yep. So I'm a good pee and pooper.
Hi, Lulu.
This thing is just crazy. TA.
Man, if I needed another Google Hub Max, now would be the time. They're half off.
Yeah, I saw that on Google.
I just don't
store.
know. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do.
We don't.
I know.
Is that the one with the, like we have that we chat with Mom and?
No, that's the big speaker one.
Oh, the big black speaker?
Gray, but
Gray.
yes.
Yeah, we don't need one of those.
I know. Okay, buddy. Hi. Okay, recommendations on binoculars for lake setting and also for hunting. You know, I'm not really up on the binocular scene, unfortunately. I did some research back when I got my pair, but I got them more with the intention of using them for some bit of stargazing. So I didn't want anything that was too heavy and tough to keep held up, you know, looking up at the sky. And honestly, I got a cheap set because I didn't know how much I'd use them, and the answer has been not much. So yeah, unfortunately I don't really have a good set of recommendations for binoculars. All right. Oh, I need to plug my phone in. That would help. And
Good morning, Eminem.
hey, good morning. So what's the one we're going to?
Petro.
I
gotta turn my butt warmer on.
Lakeside Drive, Amarillo. Yep.
Yep. What are you doing?
Head southeast toward Jewett-Atbury Road.
Jewett at Atbury Road. Interesting.
Okay. On the road again.
I always feel like I'm not quite situated.
Yeah.
Might be. Oh, this is probably a big part of it. Sorry, buddy.
Here, I'll just hold it for now.
Okay, yeah, because I'm getting ready to put probably one or both of those on
Yeah.
momentarily.
Am I leaning? There. I'll just set them behind my head. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Hi, Jody. Thanks.
Hello, Jody.
We're hoping to have a safe day. We're probably gonna run into some precipitation.
Yeah, it's looking likely.
Yeah, probably not until we get well into New Mexico. So, a couple hours. But at the higher elevations, just north of Albuquerque and Santa Fe and on the Sandia Crest, there's plenty of snow and flurries. So we'll see what happens. And I think at the fuel stop, Michael might scrub the bugs down a little bit.
Yeah, if it's not too cold, I'm gonna try to get the bugs scrubbed down. Somebody drove through
In 600 feet, turn left onto Jewett-Atbury Road.
half of the big boulders they had there on the corner to keep people from going through that area.
Ah. Yeah, we only had one little camper van near us, and it was about 4 sites down.
Yep.
And okay, Eminem, enjoy. Bundle up if you need to. I had 3 layers on and my little fingerless glove things, and had to take Fiona for her morning constitutional. And she got her little sweater on, which she's got a leg out of, so. Let me put your leg in there. What are you doing?
Turn left onto Jewett-Atbury Road.
I think it's clear this way.
Yeah, it looks it. As far as the eye can see, there's
Old
nothing.
ranch road going out there.
In 800 feet, turn left onto I-40 Access Road.
Oh. Gotta get the door closed. There we go, much better.
Yeah. Okay. You don't have a stop.
Hey Google, turn off the main. Oh yeah, sorry.
Watch.
Turn left onto I-40 Access Road.
This is where Petro is?
You go down this, and then at the light, you make a left.
Okay. Still waking up this morning. Haven't had my coffee yet.
Oh, we had wireless internet at the travel info
Continue
center.
on I-40 Access Road for 1 mile.
We sure did.
Yeah. we first turned onto this road, I saw the billboard up there. It says Fantasy. I thought the S and Y were blocked off, so I thought it was a huge Fanta sign. It's like, oh, Fanta, I remember Fanta. Good morning, Ocean. Did you get any good shots of the lorries this morning? Or afternoon, evening for you?
Today.
Today? Hey. Could you not rub on the microphone, Fee? That'd be awesome.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I gotta adjust.
In a quarter mile, use the middle lane to turn left onto South Lakeside Drive.
Y'all are killing me. Alright. Does anybody want a lap dog? Anybody?
Use the
Heading
middle
for
lane to turn
Ireland.
left onto South Lakeside Drive, then turn right.
My great grandmother was born in Ireland, in Ulster. She came over to the United States the first time as a
Where do I need to be? Next exit.
where it says
Then
trucks.
turn right.
I see it now.
With a family. They paid her passage and she had to work it off. She thinks it was a family in Chicago at first, and then she went back to Ireland and then brought
Turn
her
right,
sister back.
then turn right.
Ooh, man. I'm gonna try to straddle this pothole.
Oh. Gerhard, funny, get you on mobile but not on my TV, just virtual road trip pic. That's interesting.
Huh. Maybe YouTube's having an issue this morning.
Possibly. Everybody's doing live streams for Thanksgiving.
Well, it's the day after now.
Well, maybe they crashed it. I don't know. No parking. Parked. I always love these people that the rules don't apply to them. Are you
Well, too
filling up
far.
deaf this morning or just
Probably wouldn't hurt. We're down to just over half a tank.
Alrighty. I don't know if y'all can see this. I've got
Snuggly kids.
yeah, I've got a dog growing out of a cat over here. Don't forget your
I'm gonna go on mute and cover myself up a bit more before I step outside.
bundle. Ocean says that's a nice. Yeah, it is a nice one. It is literally empty. It always makes me sad when they, because it's not just the one level, it's 2 levels, and yeah, they get crammed in there. I guess it's more protection than the chicken trucks. They just stack open air cages. Where were we that it was it Montana that they had all the honeybees they were transporting?
Yeah, I don't remember where that was, but man, it was, people were swatting all over the place.
Yep. And the thing was, he had already fueled and pulled forward, and then he went in the store, and I don't know if he went in and took a shower or whatever, but he was there when we pulled in, and he was there when we left. Oh. Okay. While Michael's up and out, I'm gonna grab a bit of breakfast. I did not do that yet. Oh. see. I did feed the babies, and Michael. Leave these up here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Road days always bring extra dust in the coach. I've got the sniffles. What's up with you?
Check the car hauler.
Okay, honey. He's gonna go make sure the car is still there, which I'm sure it is. He just, we like to check everything before we leave and when we arrive. Augusto, yeah, I agree. And the thing that really bothers me is that they're stacked and the bottom of the top level is open. So whenever the animals evacuate their bowels, it just goes right down on the others, and it's, you know, they're sentient beings. It's cruel. Rich and Sue. I don't know that we're playing today, but I'll keep that in mind when he comes in. Oh, I'm so sore. Gerhard, glad you're getting the signal now. I hope your dinner on base was delicious. Woo. He let all the bought air out. Rich, yeah, woo, winner. I do not recommend this fuel stop. There are trucks swallowing. Okay. There are truck-sized potholes where you could just get swallowed through. We do grocery pickup, and as y'all may know, I love the little dum-dum suckers, and they did not have them, so they replaced them with Tootsie Pops, which are like the size of giant marbles. So I haven't had any of those since I was a kid, so we'll see what happens. But the Dum Dums brand, it's by Spangler Candies. They now have a orchard version, and it's basically all natural. There's no artificial sweeteners or colors or anything. So I like them. And with fibromyalgia, my mouth gets dry all the time, so. Good morning, Christopher. I hope you got some sleep. We did. We have one episode left, but we're watching a series on Netflix called Hollywood, which is about the golden age. You know, Rock Hudson and so, Fiona, you have to get down. Go on. I have to pull forward for deaf, so I don't need a co-pilot in my lap. I'm working on it. He's out there giving me. I'm working on it. He gets out there like a traffic cop. Oh, right, googly muggly. Oh. Man with the Plan on Netflix. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Gerhard, I actually get the Haribo gummies, the Gummi Baren, at there's a store here called World Market. And they're pretty good about having the basic international candies. There's a lot of Japanese candies and Turkish Delight. So it's pretty good. I just ordered a bunch of Lebkuchen from a store called A Taste of Germany. And they're based out of New York, but they import. And I ordered it when we were in Texas, and then we decided to leave, but the package hadn't gotten there yet. So I had my foot on the accelerator and it just wasn't.
Did you have it in gear?
Yep.
Okay. Then you just needed to give it more.
I was working on it. I just didn't want to floor it and take off. I'm in here going, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Oh, so anyway, the package was shipped, but we decided to go to Las Vegas. And so I had to contact the company. And what did I do with my glass? Are my glasses there by your?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I got up to get a half a nanner. My favorite when I was growing up were the Gerhard, the gummies, was the Smurf with the marshmallow hat. Those were my favorite. Also the big Nestle drumsticks that had all the layers, like the Black Forest cake with the cherries and stuff.
So, how's my audio now? You're going through a layer of sweatshirt, which I can take off, but I thought I'd leave on for just now. Just for now.
Alright. So, people are conditioned to play the fuel game, so they...
Oh, okay. Did you give them all the readings they needed?
No, they just started putting numbers up. They started putting numbers up. I don't know what to tell you. So, I'm looking and we'll see who won.
Alright, so I'm going to pull up here just to get out of the fuel lanes. And then we'll get our next destination plugged in.
Everybody says our audio is great, 5x5.
Okay.
So, let's see. Ocean, you got it, 161. Our total was 187.35. We had a discount of $51.52, which is not bad.
No, it was about 50 cents a gallon off according to what was on the pump.
Yeah.
Okay, where's our next stop?
Oh, we are going to.
It's going to be in Milan.
Yep. Let me get my maps up. I believe it is a Love's, but I'm verifying.
You know what?
Yes, Love's Travel Stop.
Loves
Mm-hmm.
in Milan.
In Milan.
Loves in Milan, New Mexico.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
That was weird. It even spelled it out.
Good morning between the sheets.
I'm
How
gonna
was-
wrestle my shirt off. So
Okay. Ooh, I'm getting biscuits. Oh, barely biscuits. Hope everybody's staying warm. No, it's rebooting.
yeah, I'm rebooting it because
5 hours and 20 minutes. Can you just? I don't.
yeah. That's
Okay. Oh crap! I need tissue. I'm about to have a sneezing fit. Can you grab the tissue for me?
Where's the tissue?
Behind my monitor.
Oh,
Hello, boo boo. Boop. Oh. I'm allergic to Louis, and last night he slept on my pillow, so. Oh, and I need a trash bag. All right, Em, I gotta disturb you. Oh, I'm ill prepared this morning.
Loves.
Yes.
Loves in Milan, New Mexico.
We heard this
Something
morning
went wrong. Please try again.
about
All right, I'm gonna reboot my phone.
how odd it is. You know, say Milan this and Milan that, and it's New Mexico. And we joke that it's probably Milan or something pronounced awkward. Okay. No chooch?
I'm just rebooting my phone because it was doing that to me this morning. I was saying stuff to the Google Home devices, but an Android phone also picks up in parallel, but it was, every time it would pick up, it would say that something went wrong. So I'm thinking it's just needs a reboot.
All right, come on. Well, come.
Oh, before you get too settled in,
Coffee shake.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, Fiona, she's just she's sitting there shaking though. She's not
a
quite
nervous
sure about
Nelly.
it.
Oh, you coming back here, Nams? She's not happy with me. Come on, hurry up. Deja vu, huh?
All over again.
You coming? Come on. Oh. Okey-doke. Usually one of the cats chill out on the dash as well, but
Well, usually Louie.
Yeah.
Emma doesn't really care to be up on the dash.
no. But she's been doing so much better since we found the meds that work for her. It used to
Yep.
be she would never sit on my lap, and when she did, she had to face my stomach or get covered up with a towel.
Okay,
Just-
don't try it again.
Okay.
Loves in Milan, New Mexico.
Here's what I found for loves in Milan, New Mexico.
There we go. 5 hours, 20 minutes.
Head east towards South Lakeside Drive.
Hi, buddy. Coming up. Yeah, that's a little cooler than where it is, where we are right now.
Wow.
We're only about -1 Celsius.
Ocean, if you can see it, this is one of those super rig things I was talking about yesterday where it looks like they've got a
Big sleeper.
big sleeper and they've got a loft above it. And I don't know why everybody's exiting through the fuel.
Well, I don't know why I cut it so close. He made it, but still.
Yeah.
So, Gerhard, did you get it working on your TV, or is it still not working there? Mm.
Ocean, I'm not sure. I think they're still okay to, like, there's a red one in front of us that is quite large and it has the regular 53-foot trailer behind it, so I think the trailer length stays the same. And some places here in the States you'll see, this is usually ups, I think, triple.
Well, FedEx does a lot of triple tow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're a little shorter than your average.
Yeah,
but
each
still,
individual trailer is, but not by
But
much.
it still makes a
There you go.
much
Danke,
longer.
bud. Just waiting for people to swing through here.
I'm not sure that there's an exit this way. Everybody seems to be heading that way, so we may have to make a circle.
We
And
shall see.
There's a huge pothole right here, so
Yeah, I see that.
yeah, that would eat a pickup truck. That thing is. Ocean, yeah, these drivers just whipping in and out of parking lots and backing things up and
Well, I think a lot of them.
big pothole.
Oh, scheiße. It's not their goods, right? It's
Right.
a trailer full of somebody else's stuff.
Yeah, and
So
they're
they're
insured.
not really cared. That one snuck up on me.
Yeah. In between my dad's time with the Marines and then the Army, he drove a truck. And then after he retired from the Army, he actually drove a rig. Short distance, they'd load up Christmas trees. You know, they would get the dirt ball around them and ship them for planting, and then actual Christmas trees. So here's the truck exit.
Yep.
Enter Interesting.
Getting the feeling he doesn't want me to come out. Oh, he's coming in this way. Jeez.
Good morning, Red Jag. I hope Mary's doing well. I know yesterday she said she was having a pretty good day. Oh.
Use the left lane to turn left onto South Lakeside Drive, then turn left onto I-40 Access Road.
So tired.
Oh. Hey Gerhard, yeah, I saw your email. I actually saw your post on the Facebook page too, I think, right, sweetie?
Mm-hmm. With the pictures of the magazine clip outs.
Yep, very cool.
Turn left onto I-40 Access Road, then use the left lane to take the I-40 West ramp.
Rich, yes, we do have the tire pressure monitor on the trailer as well.
Yep, absolutely.
It saved our bacon once when we had the old car hauler. It beeped at us well before the tire went flat. So
yeah,
we were able to pull off.
It started going off, and by the time we got stopped, and I normally run the tires at on that old car hauler at 75 psi, and when I got pulled over, the tires still had 20 psi left in them, and they were it was gushing.
The I-40 West ramp, then merge onto I-40 West.
Oh, bump here, and a pothole I'm going to try to miss.
Gerard said the sound is first on TV, then 10 of a second on my mobile.
Oh.
Hopefully all the squeaking will shake out.
Yep.
Rich says we have them also saved us a tag getting hot, was dragging a brake. Wow, yeah. They're good to have for sure.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you moving over.
In a quarter mile, use the left lane to take the I-40 West, US 287 North ramp.
I don't think we really have an option.
Yeah, I think this is I-40. I don't think there's a...
Yeah, this is I-40.
Oh, I think because of the construction, it still thinks
Use the
we're...
left lane to take the I-40 West ramp, then merge onto I-40 West.
on the
Oh, it
frontage
may
road.
think we're still on the access point.
Yep.
Yeah, Texas, they love their frontage roads. Okay, Ocean, have a good evening. Grab a bite to eat. I think it's tea time over there.
Cool. If you see a speed limit sign, let me know.
Roger that.
It says 75. Looks like 60 to me. With
Yeah.
a minimum of 45.
Rich wants to know what happened with the vibrating antenna a while back.
Oh, nothing actually. I got up on the roof and checked it, and everything is still tight and logged down. So
If you can, you need to get over.
Yeah. really can't. There's cars blocking me here. Man, the far left lane is completely open, and instead everybody's hugging this center one. Except for this guy, he was nice. Appreciate that. Thanks. Okay, yeah, so everything is tight, and so there's nothing loose or wrong. What I did figure out is the thickness of the fiberglass on the rear edge of the front cap, which is what all the antennas are screwed into. The fiberglass is not a uniform thickness all the way across. So my suspicion is just it's a little thinner in that area than it is at the other areas. So it lets it flex a little more, which causes it to whip back and forth.
I've always wanted to visit the American Quarter Horse Hall of Fame and Museum. I think Quarter Horse, probably one of my favorites.
Yep.
Going for dinner, schnitzel. We'll be watching to the end.
Oh,
Enjoy
that sounds
the
good.
schnitzel.
Yeah, very good.
There's a really good German restaurant in Vegas called Cafe Berlin, but their takeaway, I don't know if they're still doing takeaway with the pandemic, but before they would, I guess it was like a $20 upcharge that we had, and then we had to pay the
It was a
Uber
lot.
Eats.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, so it kind of makes a little sense because Uber Eats and the others that do that type of thing, they actually charge money to the restaurant.
Yeah. Maybe we'll try it and you just run out and pick it up.
Yeah, I think we'll be doing a lot more in-person pickup
Yeah,
with proper protection, of course.
absolutely. I think maybe the little foam thingy I had up there to keep the squeaking down has fallen.
May have.
I'm gonna have to look out, Nims. Look out, baby girl.
I'd prefer you stay down for the moment.
All right, it's just driving me crazy.
Yeah. Once we get through Amarillo.
It's one of those noises that just grates. Rich, we don't know. Most likely through winter.
Yeah, likely at least till the end of February, if not the end of March.
Yeah. It all just depends on, what's going on in the world. Excuse me. I got the yawns. Settle down a little bit, thankfully.
Yep.
Do you have the heat on up here?
I do. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's just not getting to me.
Oh, it's not up there. It's on the floor. I
Oh.
can put it up there.
Yes, please. A freezy.
Feels good on my ankles.
My ankles aren't down there.
I know. Are you getting some now?
Yeah, but it doesn't appear to be warm. It's just air.
Well, it is. It's just not blistering hot, so. So if you have a Tiffin coach with what they call the VIP steering wheel, at least of the generation that I have, It has your cruise control buttons on the left, and it's set, cancel, resume, and then on off. But it doesn't have indicated a plus or minus. But the set is plus and the resume is minus, so you can adjust your speed. So I took a indelible
enamel paint pen.
Enamel paint pen, there we go, and drew a plus and a minus on them. So I wouldn't have to try to figure it out every single time I got behind the wheel again.
Lulu.
My plus is getting a little weak though. I'm gonna have to
reapply.
Yeah, reapply it. Whew. Man, these barriers right up against the line always gives a little pucker factor.
And the fact that the little cars try to take up a lane and a half.
Yep.
Does not help.
I noticed yesterday, I rewatched little snippets of the video stream yesterday, that the road camera had what's called jello effect. It's vibrating such that the frequency of the camera interacts with the vibration and it causes things to look warbly. So today I pushed the camera straight up against the glass in hopes that that helps stabilize it a little bit more.
Good morning, Laura.
Hey, good morning, Laura.
I hope you're staying warm. I know it's supposed to get cold in New Mexico today.
At least in the northern part where we're going.
Yeah. Hope you and Rick had a good meal yesterday. And what is happening?
What's wrong?
She's making little nail biscuits with her back feet on my thigh.
Oh.
Not like digging in, but it's just like I've never had her make biscuits with the back legs.
Got Louie laying down making biscuits on my arm. Rich and Sue, why did we decide to relocate? So the Jellystone is a nice enough park, but they have fire pits at every site and they sell firewood, and we are very, very sensitive to smoke, both campfire smoke and cigarette smoke and cigar and everything else. And RVs are not airtight. So depending on the direction of the wind on the weekends, we may be breathing okay for part of the night, and then we'd wake up in the middle of the night with the whole coach filled with smoke and struggling to be able to breathe. So it's a family park. Campfires are kind of they're a normal part of family campouts. So we just recognized it wasn't the right spot for us.
Also, it was a bit of a crapshoot on whether or not a package would arrive, depending on the carrier.
Yeah, that was true too. They have
Ooh,
weird.
oh.
So they won't accept postal service mail at all, which I kind of get because the office is small enough, and you've got so many residents it could be overwhelming. But then they also want UPS and FedEx deliveries to take the packages direct to your site. But not every driver knew that. So we had multiple times where FedEx especially,
I think it was pretty much every FedEx delivery.
yeah, almost every FedEx delivery we had some issue with, except for the first one. The first one was a Walmart delivery and it came through just fine.
Yeah.
But every FedEx delivery thereafter, there was some issue. The Starlink satellite, I had to go chase the guy down and make multiple phone calls and get him redirected and then meet him in the parking lot because he didn't know what to do.
And
the next
another
one,
driver just grabbed the security
Yep.
person on a golf cart and said, "Here."
yeah, just gave the package to her.
And then we were getting fussed at by the staff.
Right.
Like, why didn't you do this? Well, you know.
I mean, we did everything we were told to do. We put our site number on there. We, care of and all that stuff. So I mean, we had it all right as far as we could do. But then they were acting like we should tell the drivers how to deliver it. And I'm like, but you were the ones that interacted with him. I
Yeah.
never saw him. How am I supposed to, why didn't you convey the right thing and lead him, point him in the right direction so that we'd get our package the way you wanted it delivered?
Okay, when we crest this hill on the left-hand side, you should be able to see the sculpture of, I think it's 5 or 6 Cadillacs that are halfway buried into the ground.
Is that here?
Yeah.
I thought that was on the way out of
No,
Las Vegas.
it's right out there. Though that's 7 Mountains. So it looks like a clump of nothing in the fields, and see, it's Cadillacs.
Oh, yeah.
And people go out there with their spray paint and decorate them, but I have no
You may
idea.
not be able to see it. I mean,
Yeah, it just looks like a blurb. Looks like there's 10 there now.
there's buried up, like past the steering wheel, nose in.
Yep. And people go out there and spray paint them, and But the one you're thinking of in Las Vegas, it's
7 Magic Mountains.
Yeah,
or something.
Magic Mountains. But it's just 7 stacks of huge rocks that are painted these bright neon colors. So, Red Jag says Irritated Traveler is a YouTuber we should check out. They bought OPP Bus. They're a nice couple, but every coach they get falls apart.
Oh, that's no fun. That would make me an irritated traveler as well.
Right? Let's see. Yeah, John, the time change, or not the time change, the
Time zones.
the time zones difference. We were exhausted at like 8:30 and decided to, get to bed early. And Michael commented, it's 6:30 in Vegas. So yeah.
So we kind of pushed through a little bit and watched a little bit more TV, and then I tried to sleep longer this morning just to try to help reset.
And this young lady would not let me sleep.
I think we're up to 75 now.
I've not seen a sign, so.
Oh, there's a
Yep.
speed sign coming up right
Yeah.
past this on-ramp.
Oh. 75.
Nice. Okay.
All right, I got to deal with the squeaky. Look out, Nims. Nim, come on. Hey, go. Oh. Yeah,
You want me to put out the step for you?
no, I'm good.
Yay, I think you fixed it.
Yeah, I did. The little thingy was just pushed down a
Slid
little
down.
bit.
Cool.
And I'm grabbing a banky. I'm sorry. Ugh.
So Red Jag, had they had a Tiffin before that fell apart, or is this their first Tiffin? I'm kind of curious on the irritated traveler YouTubers, and maybe you don't know since you just found them last night.
Come here, baby girl. Oh, she's mad at me now.
Oh wow. American coach. Glad we didn't buy an American coach then. There was a used one that we were looking at before we bought this.
Yeah. Gerhardt, we did watch Queen's Gambit, and
Yes.
it was fabulous. There you go.
And she was from Kentucky, which is my stomping grounds.
They just bought the Tiffin, he said.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the one we're about to finish up, the series, it's a limited series. I think there's 8 episodes. It's called Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
And it's about the golden age of Hollywood and the movie studios and the contract actors. And so it's sort of some of it is based on true, and then other like there's actual actors portrayed, and then there are other actors that are conglomerates of actual actors, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So it's Rock Hudson, Vivian Lee, Tallulah Bankhead. I think Ace Studios is patterned after Warner Brothers.
It's a pretty good series so far. We've got just the last episode left now.
Ow.
Ooh, man, that air is coming out hot now. How's it feeling on you?
It's all right.
Gerhard says since we recommended it, he'll watch it when he's not watching us travel.
Good luck with that. We got 2 more days.
We messed up. We should have watched the latest episode of Star Trek Discovery last night, but didn't think about it.
No, and Hollywood was holding our interest because it wasn't really a cliffhanger at the end, but it was the what happens next kind of thing. After we finished Luke Cage, we started Marvel's Daredevil and Jessica Jones. I'm not really feeling Daredevil. It's very dark and violent, and not a whole lot of good vibes, but
Daredevil, it seems like the bad guys have a better chance of succeeding than the good guys all the time.
And it's also, it feels like it's much more bloody, like bloody for bloody's sake, with the swords and the beating people to a pulp kind of. It's just not my vibe.
Hey, it's time to feed the kids.
Louie wants to be up there.
Okay, come on, buddy. Come on.
So maybe not. I don't know. I'm indecisive.
Now he just wants me to rub him down there.
Man with a plan. All right, I gotta write all this stuff down.
Hello, 4S Rem LX.
Remlix.
Not sure if that's supposed to be pronounced all together or not. Hi, buddy. You coming up? Ankle, buddy. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, yeah, we love Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, yeah. Really, really, really well done.
All right. Search.
Have we watched Arrow? I don't think so.
No, we've not.
I think we have it already, though, right? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
No?
All right, I added Man with a Plan to my Netflix list. Now I'm going to YouTube for Irritated Traveler. Is that right?
Yep.
Irritated Traveler.
Yeah, Red Jag. I hope the shakedown bugs that are pretty common with all RVs doesn't taint Irritated Traveler's experience with the Tiffin. But it sounds like from what you said, they're experience with the other RVs was a lot worse than just shakedown bugs. Oh, that is not a good time right there.
Oh yeah, don't breathe through your nose. We're coming up on the
Oh, the cattle lot.
Amarillo, yeah, Oldman feedlot. It's nasty. I always feel sad.
I do have our recirc on, so we're as good as we can be on that front.
Gerhard says top Iranian nuclear scientist was killed in Iran.
Ooh. Have to look into that story once we get more on that.
Yeah. They had a shower leak already with the Tiffin.
Yeah. That's, we've had our shower leak multiple times.
Well, our shower is not a one piece.
Right.
It's
well,
not
that's
a
the
molded
thing.
one
And
piece, yeah.
the Tiffin, I think Phaeton and above, they have the shower that Tiffin puts together. So I think Phaeton, Allegro Bus, and Zephyr will all potentially have that issue. Not sure what the irritated travel. Oh, they got an OPP bus. Yeah, so they'll
OPP.
have the same type of Korean constructed shower that we have.
Yeah.
We ended up chipping out all of the epoxy that they put in because it doesn't flex, and everything in an RV flexes.
Right.
So it broke the seal. So I chipped all that stuff out and used silicone, but it takes a while to get to know where your shower leaks.
Yeah.
So we've had to redo ours about 4 times, but this time is holding pretty well. If anybody that was on the stream from New Mexico to Stonewall, Texas, will remember I mentioned that I thought I was going to have to redo the shower again because we were getting leak detection warnings from our flood sensors. It turns out the type of flood sensor I'm using is extremely sensitive to humidity. So the reason we had been getting flood alerts is because we were using the vents because it was cool enough outside that we didn't want to run the air conditioners. And part of the airflow comes through up under the shower from the wet bay area and up into the bathroom. And that was bringing in the humid air from outside, causing enough humidity for that sensor to trip.
Well, at one point on the road trip, the cabinet in the bathroom between the 2 mirrors, I don't know why. I think because we had the iron in there and it hit a bump.
Oh, one of the trips, yeah.
The iron flew out, and like a bottle of alcohol, rubbing alcohol,
or peroxide,
flew out,
I can't
peroxide,
remember.
and it fell out and busted open and sloshed around, and that's when the alarm went off. So I went back there and did the thing.
And that was a good time that it went off, but it is sensitive to humidity.
Yeah. There's a lot of wind.
Turbines? Yep. Or wind generators, I guess is really the right term. Anyway.
Spinny things.
Yep.
There's a lot of spinny things.
Walking giants. Looks like they ought to be.
Yeah. Oh. I need to wake up.
Looks like we have a few more chats up there.
Red Jag says already had a shower leak. All the showers have that problem. John mentioned there's a lot of attacks on Iran over the last few months. Gerhard, hope I don't have that problem with my Prevo Marathon 2021 in February. And Red Jag says I'm having the dealer reseal my shower.
Yeah. I wouldn't hold your breath, Gerhard. I mean, Newells are very well, or Prevos are very well constructed, and they have a very stiff chassis, but
rolling down the road, stuff happens.
The other issue I ran into on all three of our showers, all three of our RVs and the showers in them, was the people working on the line that actually put the shower stalls together don't understand the physics of water. So they apply sealant in the wrong places. So water gets into spots because water will, but then they put a sealant in along the edge where it's supposed to be able to drain back into the shower, so it just builds up and then overflows on the outside. So that's a pretty common issue, it seems.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing that we've discovered is that there are rarely RV builders, manufacturers, companies that full time.
Oh yeah.
So they don't really get, the usage of space for full time. It's more of a weekend warrior, vacation kind of vibe, and so they don't think about things like that. So.
Yep.
But you've got to be prepared to make compromises.
Yeah, if you're a decent DIYer, then RV life is a lot easier.
I just wish that they would get with some modern interiors.
Well, they're starting to.
Yeah,
which
but
was
we've
one of
been
the
at
reasons
this
we
for
were
13 years.
Yeah, I know. Which is one of the reasons we were looking at changing coaches, but
Yeah, it's not worth the effort for the amount of money and the value. You just suck it up.
yep.
At this point, I think our next coach is going to be a boat,
Yeah.
and not like a cross ocean vessel.
No, we're not going the way of
Yeah.
the winds.
Yeah, definitely not.
That's way too much work.
Yeah. And I'm not a fan of the water anyway, so at least with narrow boats on a canal, you're near the edge of the water.
Yep.
So
You don't have far to swim to get ashore.
the only thing that kind of creeps me out is that it's not a free-flowing canal. It's, kind of stagnant, where it's not like a river or a tidal river, so it just always looks murky and icky.
Well, and gray water's discharged directly into the canal.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
That's the other thing. Yeah, Red Jag, we've already shook out all the Gremlins, or most of the Gremlins. So
Yep.
we're
And I
pretty
know
happy.
what other Gremlins are left, so we're friends. We
Yeah.
we understand each other. I know how to tweak it when needed. I got a Louis kitty cat lap warmer.
I got 20 pounds of fur as a lap warmer.
Yep.
More like 16 pounds, but yeah.
I'd say 20 is probably pretty close.
Nims is chunky.
Imagine if you had a Maine Coon, then you wouldn't have any space.
Right? I'm torn whether or not I want a Maine Coon or a Norwegian forest cat, because they're both large and fluffy, but Norwegian, like, more likely to get a ginger cat than Torty or the others.
I mean, ginger is not a requirement.
No, but I'm partial to gingers.
Okay.
I'd love to have one of those just darkest depths of black cats with the green eyes, but
Yep.
we rescue based on personality.
So Gearhard, do tell. I'm guessing you're talking about what remaining Gremlins there are. One gremlin that I've run into is that, oh, and now it's down to 55. The bedroom slide for the actual headboard of the bed, the roller likes to walk itself out. So if that slide starts twisting instead of coming in or out straight, then I know I need to go check that roller. And I have a 2x4 cut just to the right length to work with my jack, so I can jack the slide room up enough to get the roller back up under the slide room and back in its spot. So that's one gremlin.
The other one, it's about time to replace all the drawer latches.
Yeah, well, yeah. So RVs use a lot of these flip latch things. The problem is most don't align them properly to begin with, and then the ones that are aligned properly, over time they work themselves loose, or they become brittle, or some of them need lubrication, which might actually help the one for the freezer drawer. But they're just a crap design. It's plastic. They're gonna break down eventually. And then the way they fail is the little flip part inside doesn't flip open. So then when you go to close the drawer, it butts up against it instead of locking into it.
Yeah.
And with the freezer, that's a big deal because you can't get the freezer drawer closed. So you got to lay on the floor and flip the little latch out. So whenever we're stationary, I take those, the one on the freezer especially, I take that loose and
it's
store
under
it.
the freezer, so you got to get down on the floor and get a flathead screwdriver and position
and
yourself.
reflip the flap out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain.
So we're going to magnets on everything as much as we can.
And we have to find that happy medium, that it's strong enough to hold it shut, but light enough for me to actually open it without, because
breaking an arm.
Yeah, I have issues with muscle strength. Red Jag says his 2020 seems to have nothing wrong than minor issues like the shower, but it was put together pre-COVID. So.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. And Augusto says you pay so much for an RV and you still have to deal with problems. That sucks. Well, it varies. Like, if you buy a cheaper or a less
ultralight
or some from a company that, you know, they're big and they have a huge line of different coaches, so they don't really pay a whole lot of. It's get them out and get them off the line, and so there's more problems. But yeah, when you're going down the road at 65 miles an hour with the wind, it's pretty much you're in a hurricane.
Yeah.
And
it's a hurricane and an earthquake.
You know, speeding down the road.
Yep.
So it can be problematic, but the upside outweighs the issues that you have to deal with, because if, like in Texas, we didn't like the neighbors, like there was nothing wrong with them personally, but the fires and all of that stuff, we just decided on a Friday leave, you know. So it took us 4 days, and then we figured out on a Friday, called, and then we left on Thursday.
Yep.
So,
and like I said, if you're a DIY capable person, then you're going to have a lot better experience, because you're not going to be, oh, you see these, by the way, just noticed this, you see these lines sprayed in the roads? Mm-hmm. That's actually saltwater brine that they spray on the roads to keep them from icing because of that incoming wintry mix front. Yep. Anyway, yeah, DIYers, you're going to have a lot better experience. If you're not handy at all with tools or anything, and you're just not comfortable doing it, you're going to have a much worse experience, because you're going to be dependent upon the dealers and service centers across the country, and they are notoriously backed up, and they don't really handle logistics very well. So you may drop your RV off, and I've heard these stories recounted many, many, many times by different people in different dealerships and different service centers. But you'll drop your rig off, and they'll say they're waiting for parts, and you call the manufacturer that makes the parts, and they'll say they've not received a parts request. And so, you end up having to basically get both of them on the phone at the same time, and then, one can hold the other's feet to the fire at that point, because you can't point fingers back and forth when you're on the same call. And so your RV will sit there. I've heard stories where they've sat there literally for months waiting for parts because one person or the other didn't do something that they were supposed to be doing to get the parts in.
Is it warm down by your chair for him?
It's fine, yeah. I will say too, Gerhard, what Red Jag says is correct. Always expect a gremlin or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And then with Newell and Prevost, expect the cost of repair to be when you're out of warranty. Expect the cost of repair to be a lot higher than the lesser expensive units.
I think that's usually because most often it's a bespoke coach.
Right.
So if you need something replaced, it's, unless it's engine, because that's across the board.
Yeah, but they're industrial, like super heavy chassis for over-the-road trucks and such, or they're bus chassis from, like Greyhound buses use or whatever. Oh, hey, I can see, we still have that one antenna that's vibrating. I just saw the shadow on the truck across the way. So RV in general means it's going to cost more for any particular part that's RV oriented. Same as with boats. Anything that's marine listed is going to be way more expensive than a residential part. And then when you go to Newell and Prevost, and I'm trying to think of the other high-end one. Anyway, the price is exponentially more as well. Yes, multiple people, yep, exactly.
Yeah, we actually had, so whatever coach is a little shorter than ours, somebody brought in a piece of wood that was cut specifically, I guess, for the shorter coach that would have been behind our sofa.
Yeah.
And so
in our coach here,
this coach. And when they realized it was shorter, they just sawzalled it right up, and it was jagged, and then spaced it out. And
thinking that you were going to have a couch there
anyway.
So you wouldn't see the middle part. You'd only see the ends.
But we get rid of furniture and swap things around. And so when I came in, I was like, oh, this is not cool. And before we had a chance to talk to anybody, I think the floor manager, came out. And
it was a chain of people. One of the worker bees saw it and was like, that's messed up.
Yeah.
We're going to replace that. And then it was so egregious that he pointed it out to the floor managers so that they could address the issue back at whoever did it.
And I felt bad because it was a wasted piece of wood. Like, they couldn't use it on a new one or a different...
but they could cut it down and use it in other places.
Yeah, but... Ooh, Louie's on the microphone.
You got all 3 of them now.
Yep. Augusto, that is true. There's, like I was saying, the bigger manufacturers, they have, anywhere from 20 to 200 models with floor plan variants and other things. So and there goes Emma. Yep. It's really one of the things that, you just have to look into with what kind of coach you want, what kind of trailer. And
that was really one of the big things that drew me to Tiffin was I was allowed to be on the floor with the coach while it was being built. So I could watch for complacency and screw ups and different things. And I caught a couple of things, like the kid that was taking care of all the coax wiring that's up in this corner above the windshield, he would wrap it up, and then he'd just squish the whole thing together, which causes the interior, if you're not familiar with coax, there's a center solid conductor, then there's a foam insulator, then there's a shielding around the outside. That's the ground for the signal. So the signal runs over the center conductor. Well, if you collapse it down and put a hard kink in it, it actually pushes that center conductor through the insulation, and at a minimum it's much closer to the shielding than it's supposed to be, which changes the signal characteristics and degrades the performance. And at worst, it pushes all the way through and just connects itself to the shield on the outside, and then you have no signal in your entire coach because of one kink in a wire. So I pointed it out to him, and he kind of straightened it up and went on about his day. And then like 20 minutes later, he was up there, and I caught him doing it again, and I didn't recognize him as being the same person as before, because part of you just assumes if you've explained it, they're going to continue to do it right after that. But within 20 minutes, he was back up there crunching it down again. So I started explaining. He's like, yeah, I know, you told me back there. I'm like, okay, then just stop doing it then. But I've ended up, one of the projects I did right after we got the coach, I tore all that out. There was easily an extra 100 feet of cable between the various pieces of coax and network cable and stuff. So I pulled all that out, straightened everything out, and then cut and re-terminated all the cables so that they weren't this massive wound up gunk up in there. Should I have no problems, say for at least 3 or 4 years? Actually, Gerhard, you're going to have problems right up front, most likely within the first 6 to 12 months.
But generally they will be very minor.
Yeah,
and
they're generally
fixable.
minor, but it's kind of the shakedown period for an RV. And then once you get the shakedown stuff done, then generally speaking, yes, for 3 to 5 years out, you're going to be pretty solid after that.
And usually it's something like a rattly cabinet door or something like that. It's just,
Yeah.
They can't tell that it's going to happen until you're actually going down the road at speed.
Yep.
No, you cannot do that anymore, Augusto, as far as being on the line.
Yeah, their insurance. When you start answering a question, if you could read it out so I know what you're answering. So yeah, they had some issues where people were misbehaving, not on the line, but over in the service center, and it caused their insurance evaluators to force them to change things up. So now you cannot be on the line while it's being produced.
I think at one point they had people like pocketing tools when they were walking around.
Yep. And David bought, what's the one he said there?
We already answered it. That Marathon and Newell's only produce like 50, and then other brands make thousands
Yes.
and thousands.
Yes. Tucumcari. We've
Yep.
stayed there a few times.
Yeah, we had Thanksgiving dinner there in 2014.
Yep. What
At
you doing, buddy?
At the Denny's.
We must have a bit of a headwind. We're not getting very good fuel efficiency.
Well, that storm is coming in from the west and pushing.
Yeah. By the time we get over into Albuquerque, it should be mostly wind from the east, so it should be helping us. But right now, it's not so much.
Rich and Sue, you guys travel up Michigan and the Northeast way. We have not yet.
No.
Primarily because of our length and our needs for car store or hauler storage if the site's not long enough. And we just haven't gotten there yet. I wanted to go to Upper Michigan last year, but the 2 months in Florida with the heat and the humidity just zapped everything and caused my fibro to go into a raging flare. So we just visited the family that we had planned and then headed back west. Gerhard, if you watch the Link Marathon Coach's new Provo X3 luxury, anyway, when I pick it up, I'll let you do a shakedown drive in Vegas.
Thanks. Yeah, I might pass on that. Only because of, you don't want what you don't know is...
right? You may not get it back.
Yeah. If I drive it, it may be tough to return to the Tiffin.
Mm-hmm.
For right now, we're good with the Tiffin, though.
Yeah, if we decide to stay mobile in an RV and keep this RV, I really would like to re-finesse the desk area. It was a quality build, but not up to what we expected.
Not the attention to detail.
Right. Like some of the handles, they drilled in, well, he drilled into the face, and it's a little whopper jawed. Yeah, the builder. And yeah, I legitimately have OCD, and there are certain things that once I see them, I can't unsee, and it just draws my focus. And we had that problem with the...
you can actually see the salt kicking up off the tires.
Yep. We had that problem with our fifth wheel that was built by Heartland, right? Heartland.
Yeah. Now a Thor company.
Yeah, it's now a Thor company. But the lights, they didn't have a template or anything, and so the lights were not in any sort of order. They were just sort of scattered.
They weren't aligned.
They weren't aligned, and it drove me crazy. I hated every moment of any time I looked up and saw it. It was just, Marathon don't have enough storage place for full timers, what Augusto was saying. Yeah.
So that is a common issue. On the higher end coaches, they have to give so much space over to the components that they put in, like all the extra niceties and things, that it really does take up a lot of storage, or what would otherwise be storage for your stuff. That's another reason for us personally, when we were looking at coaches, I was really disappointed with how Integra handled the space inside inside and around for storage. It just, there were odd, like blank walls inside a cabinet that made the cabinet 2 inches deep instead of 10 inches deep or whatever it could have been. And there was likely something behind there, some sort of component or whatever, but it was just chopped up so strangely that it didn't seem like it was as usable for full timing as what we have with the Tiffin. RVing between the sheets, saw a Liberty coach that seemed to have plenty of space. Good. Yeah, it's definitely not all of them are like that, but I'm glad to hear they're making some that have a lot of space. For the Tiffin, for the 45 OP that we have 2 full width pass-through, full height storage bays, and then one that's 3/4 of the way across, and the other quarter is the battery and hydraulic compartment on the outside. So that's the main storage, and then there's a couple of smaller storage cubbies on the driver's side. One up front where the chassis electronics are, and then one back behind the wheel, which is where I keep all the car wash stuff.
All right, I'm gonna mute.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe some nuts when you get back. Some cashews or something. Looks like we're having some bandwidth issues. Oh, looks like we might be back now. Had some signal drop out there for a little bit. Hey, Twyla. I missed your message up there earlier. Glad you're getting to join us. Gerhard, yeah. You'd think for 2.6 million they'd have the Gremlins worked out, but I'll be surprised if you don't find something wrong in the first couple of months. I'm not saying that's to talk bad about Prevo or Provo, but that's just the way things go. Even people who have new homes built, they're not bouncing down the highway or anything, but inevitably you find things that you're like, well, why is it that way? Or a knob didn't get secured properly, or who knows. Liberty Coach stopped putting in some of the big extras. Okay. That may account for it for sure. Oh yeah, alone, no pets, yeah. So yeah, solo RVer, that definitely changes the space requirements considerably.
Here, buddy. Okay, I'm back. Ooh. Oh.
Sorry, I got a little wind blowing.
I got cheddar crisps. And you want cheddar crisps?
Yeah, I'll give that a shot.
You want the bag or those are mine.
You can just put them in a cup for me. That'd be great. Have a commercial bus with 2 floors for passengers. Some of the seats turn into a bed so they can travel sleeping. Yeah, that's a pretty nice bus, sounds like. I know the business class and coach, or not coach, but first class on international flights, a lot of those turn into beds.
I don't think they want you to get into these.
You need some help.
Well, the cut that you're supposed to tear was above the gap. So it's up. And
You want my scissors?
yes, please. drive, I'll get them. You're killing me, Smalls. They don't really work.
You get it figured out?
I got it figured out, but they don't really. Springy thing is.
Is it not? It may not be folded out all the way. That would keep the springy thing from working.
It's just not springy and. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're fine. It tastes like they dried spray cheese.
Yeah. Looks like we're having some intermittent connectivity here out in the middle of nowhere, which kind of to be expected.
I'm looking forward to being in Vegas, but I'm not looking forward to the recovery time it's going to take me.
Yeah.
Usually for every day of travel, it takes me at least 2 days to recover.
I will say on the bigger expensive coaches, Newell, for example, is the one I'm thinking of right now, or one I've seen this in. They have an air bladder all the way around the slide room, so once it's slid out into place, that air bladder inflates and seals the slide room. That would be pretty freaking useful.
Yeah. I'm hoping this coming year we can start to downsize enough that if we do go to a narrow boat, it's not going to be such a shock to the
Yeah.
system. And we're also going to start trying to I guess, live more as if we were limited to water and limited to, grocery shops every few days instead of stocking up. Just trying to get into that vibe to see if it's something we could actually enjoy and maintain and do it now rather than get stuck over there and not really have an option. And
Are we in New Mexico already?
not yet. I think we got about 50. Nope. Sign's right there.
Oh, cool.
I was going to say, I think we had about another 15 miles, but.
Yeah, it's. Oh, there's one of the trucks spraying the water mixture. This,
Yeah.
brine.
That's why they've got the
Yep.
follow behinds.
So the reason I asked, Texas and New Mexico have oddities with how their lighting on their emergency vehicles. Like blue lights in New Mexico and Texas don't necessarily mean police, which is really odd to me, especially because everywhere else I've ever been, blue lights mean police, 100%. Like, you can't have a blue light if you're not a cop. And then some of the cops out here have green lights that blink, strobes and stuff.
Welcome to New Mexico.
Woo! Dunka. Yep. Yeah, Ford Travel's another big coach maker out here in the U.S.
I just think for us, the amount of gadgetry and comforts that you get with the more expensive coach, it's not really something that we're interested in. So it
Yeah,
didn't really
for
make
everyone,
sense.
yeah.
Yeah, everybody has different, but it just didn't make sense for us.
Yep.
And not even to go up to the Phaeton. Yeah. It just seemed like
Yep.
it was a
Which would have been about double the cost of this
yeah.
for no real apparent change in
For us, no benefit
value for
to
us.
Yeah. And there was a upcharge for a stronger motor, so they could.
Yeah. So from a 450 horse motor that this has to a 600 horse, at the time we were having this built, it would have been an $80,000 upgrade. It just didn't make sense to us
Yeah, and I
for
think
what we do.
we've only climbed or driven over the Rockies twice. Is that right? Maybe even just once through Colorado.
Yeah, once
Yeah.
or twice.
Yeah.
I mean, we've hit plenty of hills that, because of our size and what we tow, we get down into the 30, 35 miles an hour, but so are the other trucks.
Right.
So it's not like we're impeding traffic or not going with the flow of the bigger vehicles.
Right. Red Jag wants to know if they salted the road. See the lines on the road. Yes, they did, and we passed one that was salting. I don't know if they've salted here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, but for
Yeah.
Texas, North Texas, they had the brine trucks out. The lines, if you're seeing on the roads right now, those are
patches.
patch lines. Yeah, where they've retarred or pitched or whatever the asphalt.
That guy sounded like he had an air leak.
Yeah, it did. Hi. I know. watch things, I should be more active.
Oh. Yeah, there's hardly any signal out here.
Yep.
Oh well.
We don't have a lot of carrier diversity anymore either, so I mean we have all three carriers, but we only have one AT&T and one AT&T and one T-Mobile, but we have three Verizons. So
Right.
Oh yes, Red Jag. I'm very very much dreading what it's going to take to wash all that off.
So we're 2 hours and 15 minutes from the rest area that I had planned to stop for at lunch.
Okay.
But the Love's Travel stop is coming up in Tucumcari if you need a bio break or anything.
Okay. So far I'm good, so we'll just stick with our original plan for now,
Yeah.
I think.
I try to map out different spots so I don't have to spend a whole lot of time looking things up, but
And this is a route we've been on multiple times, so.
and I have little lists in my Google Maps like campgrounds, rest area, fuel stops, campgrounds that we can't or won't stay at again. It just cuts down the search time.
So everybody out there still able to hear us and see us? I know we've had some drop-offs in the last half hour or so, but looks like we're online right now.
Twyla, did we have a nice Thanksgiving even though you drove through a lot of it? Yeah, it was a nice Thursday.
Yep.
I don't remember. Oh, we had skillet pizza for dinner.
Yeah. Yep. We had more of a Thanksgiving meal for lunch, or at least I did. I had roasted chicken and green beans. It was very tasty. The June oven, oh man, it really does a good job with pretty much everything we throw in it.
Yep.
If it recognizes it especially, it does a really great job. So that it has the auto program for how it needs to cook, in what stages, and cycle the heat and all that stuff.
Yeah, the only time I had a problem is when I tried to. because
Yeah, try to do a
it-
manual thing.
Yeah, it didn't have a program for what I was cooking.
Yep. Cool. Thanks, everybody. Glad to hear we're still coming through loud and clear. I will say it's bugging me that the camera is tilted.
That one,
Yeah.
you're gonna
Needs-
ask anyway, so.
Huh?
You're gonna ask anyway.
I wasn't going to ask.
Oh, you weren't?
No. But I appreciate you accommodating my neuroses.
I try. You accommodate mine.
So it needs to rotate counterclockwise just a little bit. Yep. Yeah. Nope. Didn't even move. You may need to loosen the... No, hold on. See the knob pointing straight back to the coach? Yep. Loosen that a little bit.
Yep, I can't.
Okay, that may be too tight. That's where it needs to pivot, is actually right there above that. Okay, hold on. Yep. Back just a little bit the other way. Perfect. Looks good. Yep. Okay. Hey, now your guys are not leaning anymore. Oh, Red Jag, glad to hear Mary's up and around, having a good day. The food was a far second. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. A second to Mary having a good day. I agree.
Okay, so the consensus, I don't like Tootsie Pops. I was telling them at the last grocery order, I tried to get the Dum Dums for my dry mouth. They didn't have it, so they replaced it with Tootsie Pops.
Ah.
And I just had the first one and the last one.
You don't like the chocolatey core?
Not that. I mean, that's okay. It just tasted like, I don't know, like I was licking cherry Kool-Aid. It was very chemical-y. Yeah, tastes like plastic and preservatives.
Tastes like plastic what?
Plastic and preservatives.
Ah. Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, it was like I took a big swig of snow cone, or swig of snow cone syrup. It took 4, and then I chewed on it. I was thinking about that the whole time I was eating it. I used to love ring pops. Those were pretty tasty.
They always seem to get sticky on things that weren't supposed to be sticky, so I never...
You weren't supposed to wear them. Well, yeah, you wear them and stuff.
Yeah.
How are you going to buy anything on Black Friday when you're driving? Amazon app on the phone.
Yeah, requirement to spend all the money. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's there are certainly some good deals out there, but the way I look at it, for us, if it's something that we want, we usually just get it when it is that we want it.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, great. If not, and the price is amenable to we think it's worth what they're asking for.
I did actually get a deal today this morning on Amazon. My wish list, I have it divvied up for like home supplies and wellness, and both of us take guafenicin daily, and the guafenicin that I had in the health wish list, they sent me a notice it was 40% off. So I got 4 boxes. That'll get us through 6 weeks.
I think a little more than that, right?
Nope.
Oh, no?
Nope. 6 weeks. We both take 2 a day, so. Red Jag says Black Friday sales on RV dealerships. Oh, no RVs on the lot.
Yeah, the market has really been pretty crazy for RVs. I've actually heard of RV shows canceled. Unfortunately, not because of COVID, which would make sense, and they should have canceled them for that. But instead, they canceled them because they didn't have any inventory to go show at the shows.
I think, and I'm happy that people are able to still get out of their house and do things by purchasing an RV, camper, what have you. But the other side that is sad is that there are so many people being displaced from their homes that because of finances and their jobs ending and the pandemic, that they're moving their family into these tiny little trailers that they can afford and
not having a good experience RVing.
right.
Yeah, it really taints your experience RVing if it's out of necessity versus out of desire to do it.
Yeah. John wants to know, is the road rough or bumpy with all the black fills? It's not terrible.
No, the black fills aren't too bad actually.
I think because they're running with us and not along,
Latitudinal.
yeah, left to right instead of up and down. So,
I missed that sign. What did it say?
failed state, no child nuclear weapons. I think it's that they spend money on storing nuclear waste here. I don't know.
A lot of fear mongering around nuclear power, nuclear waste.
I was wondering why I was cold. I didn't put my blanket back on.
Oh.
$79 miles. That's the rest stop area, Santa Rosa. You didn't wash the windshield.
No, it was pretty chilly out there. That's why I was trying to get you to hurry up because I was freezing my buns off.
I was trying.
I know.
Augusto says, I think it's a smooth ride today, very silent. Yeah, it's quieter for sure when you don't have the bumps.
Yeah, very much so. The left lane is a little smoother than the right, but all in all, it's not too bad here so far.
Ooh,
What's up?
no fills for a bit. Like a nice...
Oh, yeah.
So we ordered these masks on Indiegogo. Was it Indiegogo? And
They're called UV mask.
UV masks. And last night I was trying to recover a little bit, so I was laying in the bed, and we had already purchased the masks, and then I guess Michael got an email for accessories.
Well, yeah.
So he came in to ask me what color case I wanted. And
finalize the order.
So. Hello,
Hey.
Christopher.
Hi, Christopher. Welcome back today. Yeah, the UVC mask. It's a 100% seal around your nose and mouth, so all the air you breathe has to go through the filtration, and it has N95, and they also have an N99 rated level filtration for it, and then it goes through a UVC chamber. Now, I don't know that the UVC chamber will really do that much, because usually you have to have a certain length of time of exposure for whatever biohazard it is to the UVC before it's effective. So I don't know that it's really going to help that much on that. But the thing I really like is that it's 100% seal. Like, there's no air gaps to bypass and get air from the outside, or to steam up your glasses when you exhale or anything like that. So that I'm really looking forward to. And then one of the extras that I ordered with it was a cutting template for the actual filter itself, so we can actually cut our own filters out of N95 masks or HEPA vacuum bags or whatever, whatever's appropriate for what we're doing. So we don't have to keep buying the little disc filters that they sell. We can make our own.
Yeah, Red Jag, can you still view the Tesla in the car hauler while you're traveling?
I can, yes, but for some reason OBS is not playing well with the MJPEG stream from the cameras back there. So while I can look at it and see it, I can't display it. I could work around it, but OBS doesn't handle it well right now. I know watching David's car on his flatbed behind the coach, his car moves a lot on that flatbed, and I don't know if ours moves that much, but it would be interesting to watch it and see. I'm sure there's some movement on ours, but I don't know if his is exacerbated by being exposed to the wind. Like maybe the wind is causing it to float more or do stuff.
Possible.
I know the trailers have different suspensions as well, his versus mine, so I don't know if that contributes as well. Or maybe ours moves just as much, and we just don't watch it that much.
So every time I see a Jeep now, I think of comedian.
Salute the troops!
Yeah, support the troops! There's a comedian, part of
Well-read comedy.
Well-read comedy, and his name is Drew Morgan, and he's online at Drew Morgan Comedy. And the first part of the lockdown, when he'd go for a walk through the neighborhood, he and his wife, they did this thing where he just, I can't explain it. He would just like roast a car. You know,
Yeah,
like,
he would give a
poke
car
fun, yeah.
a nickname or something based
Yeah.
on what the vehicle was and kind of what it represented to him.
Right. There was a minivan, and he was like, this is a 2006 Go Ask Your Father. And all of the Jeeps were support the troops.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. So if you're into humor,
Which who isn't?
right, especially in today's age. Yeah, the three that make up the Well-Read comedy tour is Trey Crowder, also known as the Liberal Redneck, Corey Forrester, and
The
Drew
Chode.
Morgan. The Chode. No, Cho, not
Cho.
Chode.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Sorry, Corey.
My bad.
Right now he's got a thing going on, the Buttercream Dream, where he fulfills his dream of being a pro wrestler. So he's out in the backyard, like with a belt over his shoulder, and telling people to stay home and wear their mask. And apparently he was out there filming, and one of his neighbors gave like a Ric Flair woo kind of thing. So John Bloxham, what's the temp where you are now? Cold.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Don't know. Cold.
Evidently, that last vibration knocked the USB loose. We are looking that up. We don't have any outside temperature sensors on the coach itself. I have an outdoor weather station that I put up whenever we get stopped, but
It is 42 degrees.
42 Fahrenheit, which would be about 4.5 or 5 degrees Celsius. How'd I do?
I don't know.
Hey Google. What is 42 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
42 degrees Fahrenheit is 5.556 degrees Celsius. By the way, if you want to listen to the news while you drive, just say, "Hey Google, play the news."
Okay.
Okay, so in Albuquerque it is also 42 degrees, and there's a wind advisory in effect from 4 p.m. Actually, no, from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. today.
Oh boy.
And 0.4 inches snowfall expected Friday through Saturday, with 66% chance of a coating up to an inch.
Sweet.
So yeah, that might be a little bit of fun.
Augusto says it's 80 Fahrenheit where he is right now. Whew.
He's down by the
Toasty.
equator.
Well, Brazil, it's a little further away from the equator, but it's summertime there, going into summertime because southern hemisphere. Very nice. Christopher C. got a lot better sleep right now. That's good. "58 degrees in Philly."
That's not too bad.
No, that's actually pretty pleasant. I think there's supposed to be some sort of winter storm thing coming through that area, right, Red Jag? I saw some headline about setting up in the Northeast.
See the mesa for Tucumcari
Yep.
up ahead. Red Jag says big rain event Monday.
Ah, okay. That's better than a big snow event, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's more like Maine and Vermont is really going to get it.
Yeah, sorry, I think of Pennsylvania as northeast, like getting loads of snow and stuff, but most of that hits further north than there. Heavy winds up to 60-mile-an-hour gusts. Wow. Not sure what wind speeds they're calling for here along this corridor today, but about now, or maybe a little later in the day, it's going to be shifting direction to be coming from the east, which should help us get pushed along to the west.
Augusto says he lives in northeastern Brazil. He lives in the state of Bahia and the city Salvador.
Oh, cool.
I've never been, but I would love to go.
Yeah, me too.
I saw a documentary on jaguars, and there was a photographer tracking them in Brazil. And I know when we were in Rodeo, New Mexico, the first year that we were there, a lot of the University of Arizona students that stay at the Southwestern Research Station up in the mountains were really excited because one of the trail cams captured a female jaguar just trekking around through and they call them borderland jaguars because they go back and forth through the mountain ranges through Mexico and up into Arizona and New Mexico. So. And there was a male that they had been tracking for years, and sadly he was poached.
That's no good.
Yeah, they were calling him El Jefe. So, and the stupid border wall doesn't help for migration of animals, and it's, in my opinion, a waste of money and resources.
Can you read John's question?
John, does your coach have outside air coming in the coach while driving? Mine does, and not sure where it's coming from. Maybe door missing padding.
I don't know that you notice any drafts over there, do you?
No, not really. I mean,
one thing that's, and not saying this is what's happening for you, but one thing that's kind of deceptive is when it's cold outside, the wind, or there's a current of air that is created along the windows, where the air next to the window gets cooled, so it falls and then rushes inward. So a lot of times that kind of feels like a draft when it's not. But yeah, I don't think when we're all pulled in and closed up, we seem to do pretty good on air leaks.
Twyla said they're supposed to get ice and snow event this weekend through Monday. Woo. Yeah.
That's no fun.
No, it's not. I hope Richard doesn't have to go out and work in that mess.
Took 'em card, next 5 exits.
Yep. Sorry about my mic, people. My sweater is bunching up in places, so if you hear some rustling. So far, it's not a bad travel day.
No,
It's
not
a
bad at
little
all.
windy in spots, but we're out in the wide open, so. You coming? Help me keep warm? Nope.
Not
This-
doing terribly good on the fuel efficiency.
Yeah.
Need a chair warmer. Actually, we do have
Yeah.
chair warmers.
Yeah, and mine's on.
Oh, yours is
It was on. I have it on low, so.
taking it up to high now.
Yep.
Richard is off for deer season.
Ah, well, that's good. He doesn't have to
Go work.
go work in it. Usually, I think he's home by 9 a.m. He goes out there when it's super dark.
Oh, you got to be in place so that first light.
Yep. Oh, that was not good.
We got somebody impatient going to come around us on the inside.
Yeah.
Or outside, I guess.
Damn.
Yep.
He's in a rush to get somewhere. Red Jag. When I first bought the coach, I thought I had an air leak. It was cold air gathering against that big windshield. Oh
Yep.
yeah. Is in the morning I have to lift up the shade because the cats. And so I lifted up just a little bit, and depending on the time of year, either the cold air comes rushing through or the hot air. So it's oh, sorry, I keep yawning. Oh. Yep, the Flying J appears where we had Thanksgiving 6 years ago.
Yay.
I think I had a bowl of chili and Michael had grilled chicken.
Sounds right. Little bump here. That sounded weird.
The other interesting thing that happened that day when we had gone through the petrified forests in Arizona, they employ a lot of the residents in that area, and because they're on Navajo Nation, and there's a lot of employees that are indigenous.
Oh, I know the story you're telling now.
Yeah, and so I was in the gift shop, and Michael was talking to one of the rangers to figure out what path was best with the coach. This woman was not very in tune to what she was saying and who she was speaking to, because she seemed upset that they made them work on Thanksgiving, that they should have gotten the day off. And for most indigenous people, Thanksgiving is a day of mourning because of pilgrims and, you know, colonizing. So it, you know, like, it just wasn't very,
Well, and then she wished her a happy Thanksgiving.
yeah. It just
Which
wasn't
is-
very compassionate, I think,
Yeah.
is the thing.
A little tone deaf.
Yeah, a little tone deaf. John, not always. I mean, if we're stationary for a length of time, but we like driving on the holidays because generally the traffic is lighter. And I think sometimes it's just because he works full time. We don't, you know, we're not retired. The holidays, he has that time off, so he can take a couple of vacation days, and then we get a longer stretch. And we rarely mosey. We point A
Yeah.
to point B, get there, and then relax.
I drive to get to the destination.
And I would prefer that we mosey, but I don't drive, so I don't get a say in it. I think for him, the more it stretches out, the more exhausted he is, because he's so hyper vigilant when we're on the road that as soon as we stop, he's exhausted. So.
Need to drop some speed for this curve. Yeah, so there are snowstorms and stuff through here bad enough that sometimes they have to close the interstate. So that's what that sign was about.
We're running parallel to historic Route 66, so there's a lot of empty shopping stores, gas stations, hotels that have just been vacant since the interstate system kind of pulled everybody off the highway, and so a lot of businesses kind of died out when they first opened up the interstates through here. Christopher says, Eminem says, was checking out the news on the Iranian assassination. They think Israel's behind it. Christopher says, first few years being a dad is stressful.
Yep.
Yeah. And John says, yes, Israel doing attacks on Iran.
So 249 miles left on today's drive. 3.5 driving hours. Sorry. I'm going to move over to left lane now.
Thank you.
Not bad.
I got 77 miles to the rest area to have some
Food.
food.
Sorry.
Augusto wants to know if we like those big stacker trailers.
Yes. We considered getting a stacker when we got this car hauler. It just didn't seem worth the extra cost, and it would give us more space to store stuff, which is not what we want to be doing. We ended up with a 24-foot car hauler instead of a 20-foot, and that extra 4 feet definitely has more stuff in it now. We may have gotten one, but we opted not to this time around.
Yep. John says quality of our highway is no good for RVs.
Yeah, some spots are a little rough.
Yeah, being on the road and traveling cross country, and I'm sure long haul truckers have the same. it bothers me that we spend so much money on things that don't really matter as much as infrastructure in this country. Like the roads are in disrepair and constantly under construction, and there are some bridges that probably shouldn't be bridges anymore, and it's frustrating. Red Jag, Christopher, at Christopher, they could be some of the best years as well.
Oh, the early, yeah.
Yeah, having kids. We'll take your word for it.
We got fur kids.
We got fur kids. We decided early on in our marriage that it just wasn't something we wanted to do.
Our signal's tanking a bit.
I'm glad you had good sleep, Christopher. He said he was wiped out, but he had good sleep. Good sleep is the best.
Yeah, and bad sleep is the worst.
Yeah. I like it when I haven't done it in a very long time, but when you fall asleep and then you wake up in the same position you fell asleep in, it's just like you're just out completely. John wants to know if our enclosed trailer cuts down on our gas mileage as compared to before the Tesla trailer.
Surprising, you would expect. It may have shaved like I don't know, maybe 1/10 of a mile per gallon, maybe. But I think even that's a stretch.
I don't know what the difference is between ours and David's with the open air. So.
I don't think so. The only difference there, his is a little lighter, and then there's aerodynamic differences. But because it's behind this ginormous brick that's pushing through the air, I don't think either really have much difference as far as aerodynamics. And the engines have so much torque, it really doesn't make that much difference on the fuel efficiency either.
Yeah. Red Jag says, try riding 76 in PA. The roads are bad and the tolls are high. The tolls are supposed to fix the road. Somebody's pocket's getting fat. I don't think I've ever been on a toll road that was acceptable.
Yeah.
Like when it's brand new, maybe there was a little toll in Cary, North Carolina, that we got onto when we lived in Cary when it was brand new. And then out in Oklahoma, I think it was either Oklahoma City.
The stretch between
Or Arkansas and Oklahoma City, maybe?
Something, yeah.
Something. Or maybe it was like around Oklahoma City. And that one was brand new and that one was nice. But yeah, they'll take your money. But
yeah. 64 and 77 through West Virginia is all toll road.
Oh, and it's concrete.
Yeah.
So it's it's awful.
Horrible.
Yeah.
And it's actually, you have to be very careful with something bigger. Like when we've been through there a lot when we had our Ram 3500 and the fifth wheel, and it would create a resonance. So you actually had to adjust your speed either slightly above or slightly below the speed limit just to keep from setting up that resonance.
And I don't know if they still do it, but about 20 years ago, you'd get a ticket at the beginning of the turnpike, and then at the end of the turnpike, or your offshoots when you exited, and they did the math. They would like run it through, and if you got there in less time than you should have obeying the speed limit, then you
got a ticket.
You got a ticket. So
yeah, I don't think West Virginia ever did that, but
well, they did when Mom and I were traveling from.
Not in my memory then.
Not in your memory. We were traveling from Floyd, Virginia to Columbus, Ohio, and there was a guy that was he was in the stall next to us, and he was just absolutely irate that, oh, you can't prove it. And they were talking about the timestamps.
They can prove it.
They can
It's
prove
called
it.
math. It's very easy.
Christopher says the toll booths there were taken out. Now they get a bill in the mail for the tolls. And John says I had to slow down to 45 there on I-10 through Louisiana. Yeah, I-10 through Louisiana is awful.
Yep. And I-40 through Arkansas is really bad too, and especially into the Memphis area.
But if you go north through Arkansas to the Ozarks and up to Bentonville, that is an awesome road. I think Walmart's like corporate,
right? They
help
kicking in money
fund
to pay
that
it.
to keep that road smooth. And that Michael was there working. I don't know. We had the gas coach, and we were there for I think 2 weeks, maybe longer.
2 weeks.
And they had the Walmart there is where they bring all the stockholders in, and it was like Oz. It was the best store I'd ever, and I hate Walmart, but it was just the best store ever. Everything was stocked and cleaned, and there was none of that crazy people of Walmart, scenario. Or it's like find Waldo, find somebody out in their underwear running around the store.
Him and the gang says they have 2 girls, 2 grandchildren, and travel with 3 fur babies.
John says, why do we have so many ignorant and corrupt people in government positions? They're all corrupt. I tend to agree that for the most part, they don't get into that job, or if they get into that job for public service and things get
They get jaded quickly.
They get jaded quickly. Like, I worked at a municipal animal shelter, and I had only done rescue, like private rescue or nonprofit rescue, and so I was stoked that I was going to get paid for making a difference. And my bosses made it near impossible to make a difference. I did my best and, helped quite a few, but I worked in the admin side, and I would get written up or yelled at if I went into the back with the crates. So if someone would say, we want to come in, I think my dog is lost and it's this kind of dog, you couldn't say, yes, your dog is here, but at least I would know to say, you really should come in and...
Or there is a dog of that description.
Right.
If you want to come see or something.
Right. And they were just so jaded that, the people are just, you can't do anything right when you're trying to help with animals at one of these shelters. I ended up quitting after 7 or 8 months. And I think the last straw was there was one of the sergeants there was really into helping, and they handed me a file that they had a dog that had a microchip, and she was trying to track down the owner through the microchip, but it, and she knew that I'm like walking Google, so she asked me to look into it. And this woman called. She was devastated. She lived a couple hours away on the North Carolina-Virginia border, and she had this dog, and here's the microchip number, and had we seen a dog like that? And I had the file on my desk, and you can't legally say, yes, your dog is here, come in. And she named like what the dog looked like and the microchip number. So I said, I can't tell you that your dog is here, but you need to come in. And after clarifying that, on the down low, you really need to come in. My boss was standing behind me and was super angry because she had apparently just talked to that person and told her she couldn't help her. And then I turn around and help her, which it worked out. It was her dog. She came in, and I actually she got me a bouquet of flowers. She brought me with a big bottle of water and a candy bar. She was in her 80s, and her daughter had to bring her in.
And
then,
it's a huge county where she was working, so
yeah.
it was quite a distance the lady had to travel to get there.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And then there was another time where an employee was, he was turned in because he kicked somebody's dog in the face to get it back on the crate when they were there to pick the dog up that had gotten loose after a big thunderstorm. And so they went home, and then the owner's mother, or the owner's daughter came and picked the dog up. So the owner had called, and she was irate, and I answered the phone, and I was trying to calm her down and still let her know that we took it very seriously and we would look into the matter. And my boss's boss heard me and got mad because I was not siding with the employee. And I told her point blank, I did not witness it, so I absolutely was not going to side on the employee. On either side. But I would have said to either individual, it's a very serious accusation, and we will look into it. And honestly, if I had seen him do it, he probably would not have been able to have children. So
John said, Red Jag says they can't do the timing anymore.
Well, that's good. Yeah.
Good to know.
Why couldn't you tell some kind of law or just bad bosses? A little bit of both. I think they would probably have somebody say, yeah, your dog is here. And it may have been somebody that's not familiar with dog breeds. Because,
or, even if you had the same dog breed, it may not be the same dog.
Well, what I'm saying is there's a lot of people that work for these municipal shelters that are run by the city, and they're just using it as a leg in to the city employment pool. And so they don't really care about animals. They just want a paycheck, and they want to be able to move through the city's hiring system. Because it's much easier once you get in the city to stay. So they get a low-end job, like, janitor or, working at an animal shelter or sanitation, and then they move through the ranks. And
in this one particular, it was a subdivision of the police department.
Yeah,
so a lot of people had visions of being police officers.
Yeah.
And so they would come in as animal control officer and then schmooze their way into the police
And
force.
me having been in rescue, I knew a lot of breeds. I knew a lot of internet searches and stuff like that. So I was very.
She was well equipped to help the animals.
Yes, thank you. That made sense. Even one time there was an animal control officer, and he had been there for a good 15 years. And when you put the call in, somebody will say, I've got a stray dog in my neighborhood, or I've gotten this, I found this dog. So we got a call. There was a German Shepherd that was running loose that had, just kind of eluded the animal rescue. And so I typed into the call out, and to save space, because you only get so many characters, instead of putting German Shepherd dog, I put GSD, which in rescue, GSD is the accurate acronym for German Shepherd. And the guy had to call me back, and he was angry. He was like, well, what does this mean? Like, German Shepherd dog. So it wasn't like I put PB for pit bull. It was a known thing. So
yeah,
it was just one more glaring, factor that these people just didn't understand, didn't care, whatever. But I would go home often at the end of the day just in tears. That was the other thing. They euthanized Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, whether they needed the space or not. It just didn't matter.
Yeah, they actually had donated space in the local newspapers where they could advertise
Pet of the week.
The pet of the week, so that people could be pulled in to come adopt animals. And they would submit the animal to the paper on Monday to run on Friday, and by Wednesday they'd already euthanized the animal that hadn't even run in the paper yet, but they had put in.
And all aggressive breeds got put down regardless.
And it wasn't they weren't aggressive dogs.
Right.
They were basing it on the breed of animal,
On the
which
breed.
is
Yeah, so
not-
Doberman, Rottweiler, any kind of pit bull, and black dogs
yeah.
were not easily adopted, and black cats, so they would get euthanized.
It was not an easy place to be at.
No, not at all.
Hey Dante, welcome to the stream.
Oh, good morning.
We're doing fine here. A little chilly this morning, but not too bad. A decent drive day so far.
Yeah, I got layers and lap warmers and butt warmer on my chair, so.
Yep.
And Louie is fast asleep on. Let me get a little. Michael's co-pilot is napping on duty. It's in the middle of doing a puzzle with stacks of paperwork on her desk, so yeah. Yep. I think anymore the people that have jobs, the employers don't really, I don't know, they don't really look after their employees as much.
I think it depends on
Yeah.
where you're at.
Well, it does, but for the most big companies, it's just you're replaceable. So, Augusto, I have 2 golden retrievers. They're so sweet. I don't understand how someone could do bad things to a dog. I'm right there
Yep.
with you.
Completely agree.
And golden retrievers, they're so sweet and just goofy. They just want to make,
Yep.
they just want to have fun and make everybody happy. What? No, you're not a golden retriever. Hello, Boo Boo. I'll get those ears. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
We might be back. We had a
Maybe.
little crash. We're gonna pull
there's
into
a-
the rest
yeah,
area up here
There's a
and
rest
take
area.
a better look.
and About the time Michael thought we were having issues, we saw the sign, so. It's right next to a big tower, too, so.
Yeah. I'm wondering if those are lights. Yeah, because
Yeah.
they're over top of the rest area.
Oh, no. I'm gonna feed the baby some kibble and feed the Michael.
Yep, it's almost 11, so we'll go ahead and take this break to eat. Oh, maybe not.
Nope, it's
Rest
closed.
area closed.
Well, poop.
That's unfortunate. Oh, somebody's up there with their horse. I'm gonna pull over into the.
We're not having lunch here then, right?
No, I'm
Okay.
just gonna get us re-sample or re-online here. Sorry. Yeah, I think one of the most recent updates to Windows and or Chrome caused some issues for us. Yep, Red Jack says we're up and running. Gonna throw this up on the screen here. Okay. Man. Yeah, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Okay. I'll be here.
Okay. Don't go anywhere.
Don't forget to mute your mic.
Yep.
I got a notice from Amazon that says there's deals that I might be interested in, so I'm just checking it out. Usually they're not anything that I'm interested in. Ooh. John, yes, our destination is just west of Albuquerque by a little bit. It's a little town, Milan. There's a truck stop and a rest area there. So there's one RV park in Albuquerque on the west side that we would kind of fit in, but the truck stops in Albuquerque are a little skeezy, so we don't really feel comfortable there. So we go on the other side, and there's a big casino, so it's safe and not a whole lot of craziness going on.
And I'm back. Ooh, I kicked your
My tissues.
Yep. There we go. On the 4 ways till we get up to a little bit more speed. Okay.
Let's see. Red Jag, the advantage of having your bathroom with you, she's mad at you. She can't drive away and leave you at the rest stop. And Augusto, the Brazilian government recently passed tougher laws to mistreat dogs and cats. You can get up to 7 years in jail. Awesome.
Good. Not enough, but a good start.
Yeah, good start. John, was that a parking pullout on the highway? No, it was an on-ramp from a
Rest
closed
area.
rest area.
Yeah, the
So
rest area was closed, so it was just a merge lane coming out of that.
So Amazon did get that right. They sent me a text and said you may be interested in these orders. And 2 things on my wish list were on sale. So you got your Atkins shakes cheap,
Good.
and a set of replacement squeaky toys, babies for the FIFA.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna mute, and then I'm gonna go to the restroom. Doo-doo-doo. I'll be right back.
Good girl. Thanks for picking up the slack RVing between the sheets. So anybody getting some good deals on Black Friday out there? Picking up some Amazon goodies or any techie stuff that's fun and interesting?
How are you on water?
Half. Sure. It's loose. Thank you. Getting some low bandwidth, unfortunately. Looks like we got a cell tower coming up though. Yep, there we go. We just picked back up. Idea for you, Michael, to add the destination, time to destination under the center black data. That's not a bad idea.
Water.
Thank you. Be a little tough trying to think of the best way to grab that data. I think the only way I'd be able to do that is to just have a countdown timer. So it may not be very accurate. I don't know. I'll look into that. That's a good idea, though.
Head west on I-40 West.
Augusto says, I'm not a big fan of buying stuff. I only buy it if I really need it.
That's
yeah.
smart. Yeah, very much.
Well, when I get the notices from Amazon, it's usually something that's already on my wish list. And my wish list is more of a shopping list. Because I have it divvied up, so there's items that we need to replenish for the pets, like litter genie
Refills
bags,
or
that kind of thing. And Amazon, every once in a while, like right now, we just stocked up on their cat food, but right now the brand and the case that we buy is 40% off. But our closet is pretty much full of cat food at this point, so it's oh, I'm still muted. I'm still on camera. Thank you,
oops.
Twyla.
Thanks, Twyla. What date are we arriving in Las Vegas? That'll be Sunday, the 29th, I believe that is.
I forgot my sunglasses.
Yes, 29th.
Thank you, Twyla, for catching I was still muted. I was just chatting away.
We should be there before noon on Sunday. It just depends on if the weather turns crazy here today or tomorrow. That may slow us down a little bit.
Yep. And I was saying to Augusto that it is smart to just buy what you need. And my wish lists are mostly shopping lists. And but Amazon will send me a notice when stuff is cheap or cheaper. That's on my list.
Yeah, it's kind of an Amazon hack.
Yeah.
And it can, you know, you put things that you're curious about or interested in on a wish list, and then if it goes on sale, Amazon pings you about it so that you know it's a good deal and you can decide if it's worth buying then.
And a lot of times if you see something at a higher price and you put it in your wish list and keep monitoring it, every once in a while it will go dirt cheap for, you know, a day, and then it goes back to,
Yep.
you know, a higher. But if you want it but you don't want it right that moment, sometimes Amazon will be like, well, hey, you know.
Yeah, November 29th. Yep. Not December 29th. That'd be a long, long drive.
Yeah, we could walk and probably get there before that.
Yeah, that might be.
Well, you could walk and get there before that.
Okay.
I'll see you in March. Now it's my turn for a snack.
Cool.
John Bloxham, I'm planning on being there either first or second week of January.
Cool. I think I mentioned this on yesterday's call, but it really does feel like home whenever you call to make a reservation and like without you saying a word, their first answer to on the phone is, "Oh, hey Michael, we were just talking about you, wondering if we were going to see you this winter." Like, yes, actually you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John, we will almost certainly still be there. We have no other plans besides there for now, and up until probably end of February and maybe even March or April. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I don't know if this company is international, but Enlightened, they make really good ice cream. But they also do this, they're roasted broad beans, like fava beans. And then they put seasoning on them. Exactly. Chianti and fava beans. And these are mesquite barbecue, which take me back to my childhood, where in junior high I had a denim jacket, because who didn't back then? And it had a big pocket, and I would put a pack of corn nuts in one pocket, barbecue corn nuts, and a can of Coke in the other. And
You
sit
were a
in
cool
class.
kid.
No, I was not cool. But
That is a really not good name for an RV. The Intruder
yeah,
ranks right up there with Penetrator or something.
Conqueror,
Yeah. Like,
Columbus.
right.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Sorry.
No, I meant.
Oh, enough of those.
Mhm.
Probably enough of me calling out bad RV names as well, though.
Well, at least it's not the Penetrode from Office Space.
Yes, Office Space.
Today would be a good chili day, or hearty
Oh
soup.
yeah, chili. Wendy's chili. It'd
Well,
be
I don't have
tasty.
Wendy's chili. I have Atkins chili, which tastes like Wendy's chili.
Oh, close enough.
I bought that just for this trip.
I did not know that.
Huh?
I was unaware.
You've had it before and said it tasted just like Wendy's chili.
Yeah,
so-
but I didn't know you bought it for this trip. Is what I was saying.
okay, yeah. I got a couple of little quick freezer things that we like.
Cool.
We're not normally big fans of TV dinners and easy
No.
frozen things, but road trip we make an exception, because road trip, it's easier on me than having to cook at every stop. Do a lot of leftovers. Usually I prep a couple of meals beforehand. think I may do brisket sooner than Christmas.
Yeah.
The more I keep thinking about it, the more.
Technically, we're probably not supposed to do that in the park. They have a restriction on cooking fuels.
I think if I take some over to the girls.
Yeah, they'll probably overlook it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not saying we can't get away with it.
Yeah.
Just saying we're probably not supposed to do it.
Well, it's not really like, because we use pellets, it's not crazy campfire smoky. It's more like
No.
a propane grill with smoked flavor in the air. So, because they have propane grills everywhere.
Oh yeah.
So.
Well, and that's the only thing you're supposed to use is propane
Right.
in the park. But we use a box fan so that we're blowing it away from as much of the peoples as we can. Although this time we may set it on top of the wall and just blow it at the office and make them all drool.
Yeah. Well, we're close enough to that they'll probably.
Yep.
And we get the smells from the diner.
Yeah, not so
So,
good smells.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
don't
it's
get me
good
wrong,
if you
sauteed
like
onions
it.
are tasty, but the smell every morning of sauteed onions
Yeah.
wafting through the park is.
And it could possibly also be the In-N-Out that's at the Target. I mean, it just depends. But
Yeah, I don't
because
think
every
that's-
time when I go to In-N-Out, which I haven't in a while because they changed their pickles, and
Maybe they've changed them back.
I don't know. It tasted like they had nutmeg in the pickles. That's just wrong. But anytime they would slide the glass open at the drive-thru, just the fried onion.
Yep.
Just. Michael likes the In-N-Out burgers, and I'm okay as the burger's a burger, but they had these amazing hamburger dill chips. And one of the employees at the In-N-Out that's by our spot in Vegas, she knew me so well that I would order his 4x4 protein style, and I would get a single protein style with extra cheese. And if I didn't say over the air, can I get a side of pickles? And one time, I guess she saw the car from the glass or whatever, and I said, the order, and I didn't say anything about pickles. She said, "Do you not want pickles today?" It's like, oh yes, I want pickles.
4x4 plain protein style.
Yeah. Ketchup only.
No, that's quarter pounder. Cheese
Oh.
and ketchup only.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've had any fast food.
Yep.
And the last time we did, it was Wendy's Chili, and we were in Rodeo. It was the middle of winter.
Not that there's a Wendy's in Rodeo.
No, I went up to get groceries, and I got the family bucket of chili and brought it home, and we had chili for a day or 2 or 5.
Or 1.5.
Yeah, John, I agree. That's why Michael gets the 4x4 with the amount of hamburger that's on an In-N-Out burger. They're super skinny.
Yep.
Yeah, if you get a 4x4, it's basically a quarter pounder with cheese amount of beef.
People really don't realize how close they are.
Yeah. There is a restaurant in Las Vegas that we used to frequent quite a bit called El Dorado Cantina.
Mm-hmm.
And they have really good Mexican food. Not as good as Mi Casa and Benson, but really good Mexican food. But the head chef, Paco, he went to Miami to set up a new location and just stayed. So, we haven't been there that often. And then COVID and not being in Vegas as much. But I have a point. They have a burger there, and it's named after a boxer. But it's the only burger they really have on the menu. But it's organic beef, and that was the one thing. Paco would go to the farms where he got the product from, and so it was I got it on a gluten-free bun, and it had this spicy onion chutney on it, and it came with like fresh chip. I'm making myself hungry. I gotta shut up. Habit burgers are good, John says.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a Habit burger.
I think there's a Habit burger in our neighborhood, but I don't think we've had it. I know we've had Five Guys.
They don't taste like there's Five Guys in the burger at all.
Yeah, I was thinking about that meme. There's a meme with Jeffrey Dahmer eating a burger, and he said there's not Five Guys in this burger. So. Looks like we have a Loves and a TA coming up.
Mm-hmm. How far is it to what you were wanting to stop at for lunch?
The rest area.
Yeah.
We may want to stop here because that rest area may be closed too. So I don't know. 24 minutes.
Yeah, we'll wait.
And if that's not open, there's a gas station and store there at Klein's Corner.
Okay.
That's where we'd have to make the left to go to Albuquerque when we were taking Daddy to VA. So you can get one with portobello mushrooms on it at Habit Burgers.
Ooh. I do like me some portobellos.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to takeaways and not having to cook 3 meals a day, 7 days a week. It gets boring. And it's a lot of energy. So usually
Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to stop here because I can clean the windshield.
Okay. All right, y'all, we're stopping at Santa Rosa. Oh, we've stopped here before. There's
Ooh,
a Carl's Jr. Jinx.
Dang.
I may have to don a mask and.
I don't know. That's why I was just trying to think if it was worth it or not.
In 600 feet, keep left at the fork. Follow signs for Clovis, Fort Sumner.
We're keeping John from doing what he needs
Keep
to be
left
doing.
at the fork.
Oh, it looks like there's a Pilot there, and then there's a Flying J here.
Yeah. It's up to you.
I think I'm going to try to do the Flying J up here.
That Flying J?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was TA and Loves.
Keep
but...
left.
Mm.
In 600 feet, turn left onto New Mexico
Oh, I guess
156.
it is a TA. Well, there's Loves. Yeah, Loves is what I was wanting.
Okay. With Carl's?
Turn
Well,
left onto
yeah.
New Mexico 156.
It depends on what the traffic looks like up here. If there is a whole bunch of people, then I wouldn't risk it at all, but.
Continue on New Mexico 156 for 1 mile.
Oh. Are you pulling through the fuel to wash the window, or?
Probably not. I think I'm gonna. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet.
So it's a one-way loop.
Yep. Okay. Bye bye.
Come here.
Thank you, baby girl.
Come on.
In 400 feet, turn left toward New Mexico 156. Turn left toward New Mexico 156, then turn left onto New Mexico 156.
I think she wants us to turn left on 156.
Maybe.
I think I'm going to skip Carl's.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's would be an easy in and out with little stoppage.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull in behind this Amazon truck. That way I've got a reason to be sitting still. And I'll clean the windshield. And then we'll pull over and eat.
Okie dokie. So chili?
Sure. And they have a plethora of windshield washy sticks.
Okay. Don't forget your mask.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
All right, I'll turn the light on.
That's not what I was grabbing for. What was I grabbing for? Mask is here. Ah!
Cheesy chicken risotto or chili?
Chili's fine, honey.
Opportunity to do this. Come here, Fifi. Come on. Come on, puppy. It's your baby. There you go. Better go eat your kibble, Fifi. Alright guys, I'm gonna mute because I'm hanging around the kitchen.
was Chilly Willy. I don't think I muted my mic while I was out there. Maybe I did. Nope, I didn't. Looks like your mic is muted.
Mine is.
Okay.
I didn't want to be banging around the kitchen.
Well, you know. All right, we're gonna pull around and park and eat. Rich and Sue guessed a fuel price, and then Irving between the sheets said, "That's pricey for a window wash." Thanks for entertaining us, guys. No, we weren't getting fuel there. I just wanted to get the windshield cleaned. It was a little too chilly to do that this morning, so.
In 300 feet, make a U-turn. Make a U-turn.
Guess I'm not supposed to come this direction according to the painted arrows. Oh well. All right. Whew. So Rich and Sue, if you really want to retract it, which I don't think you need to, it's pretty funny. But I think you can click on the little 3 dots on the right hand side of the chat message and delete it. But yeah, anyway. Ooh, danke. Okay, now I'm gonna go on mute so you guys don't hear me noshing away on foods. Nobody'd been able to hear us till just now.
Oh.
Sorry, I had it double muted. Forgot about it.
Okay, welcome, Biggin. Good
Hi,
to see
Biggin.
you again.
Yep, good to see you.
We stopped for lunch, cleaned the windshield. Now we're having dessert, which is whipped cream. And welcome
Homemade
back,
whipped cream.
Christopher. Homemade whipped cream. I have an industrial whip-it canister thing that's refillable. And so I make a lot of whipped cream. But it's, I don't know if you can tell, that's some pretty skookum whipped cream.
Stiff peaks.
Stiff peaks. Like meringue.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of meringue, I didn't get a meringue pie this year.
Mm.
My mother-in-law makes, so she makes a lot of holiday pies, and I like meringue pie, but I once told her I didn't really like the filling. I just like the meringue. So she started making me meringue pies, and it's just a pie filled with meringue. Christopher's stuck at a store. What do you, let me guess, diapers?
Formula, diapers.
Black Friday.
Dankeschön.
Bitte. Oh, let's see if I can load this up.
Uh-oh, car is completely, or truck is completely dead. Dead battery? It's no fun. Before you sit down, could you refill my water as well?
Yep.
Danke. I'll set it here. It's loose already.
We're only 50% on fresh water now.
Well, we're sloped downhill away from the
Well, we were at
sensor.
50 when we were, the last time I went to the bathroom. And now it says 55, so that's accounting for the slope. So we may have to camp out somewhere.
Nah, we'll be fine. All right, so, oh, you called AAA, wow. I think John or Red Jag, I can't remember which now, asked if we could look in on the Tesla in the car hauler still. And I did now figure out a way to get that video into OBS. So now my question is, where should I put it on screen?
Right over our faces. There you go.
Oh, Dankeschön.
Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom again, so.
So when you guys see us messing with these mic packs, there's 4 buttons on the front, but if you don't do anything for like 5 seconds, it locks the screen and the buttons. So in order to mute the mic pack, we have to hold the up and down buttons for 3 seconds to unlock it, and then we can hit the mute button. No thanks.
Okay, I'm back. My stuff squared away here. Snagging a bacon wrap date. And more caffeine. Dante, my grandmother used to make lemon meringue, but she called it clear lemon because I don't know what magic she did. It was like Jello, but it wasn't. It was still the lemon custard. But she called it clear lemon pie, and it was amazing. Because you know how grandmas do. Sausage gravy, coleslaw. So now I bought, I found I used to buy like Suntrust, Sun's Kissed, something dates, and they were always super tiny and already dried out. And so I found this brand at the H-E-B in Texas, and the dates are huge. And I wrap them up in bacon, put them in the June oven, get a little bit of meat candy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Red Jack says no worries, just being curious.
Ah. Well, for giggles, there you go. Now you can see the Tesla in the trailer.
I washed my hands. I didn't put my little fingerless gloves all the way up, and they slid down, so I got the tips are a little wet.
Mm.
Hey, Biggin. Everybody is doing well here. Hope y'all are well. We're on our way back to Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, buddy. I feel like Groundhog Day for Las Vegas. We always say, oh, we're going to go and see everything. And then, you know, Las Vegas. So, this last year, damn pandemic, we had plans to see the Pacific Northwest. And yeah, Biggin, are you actually at work today? I hope not. He's in Red Bay. He works for Tiffin.
Yep. Hopefully they gave everybody at least 2 days off.
Yeah, right? He said, heck no.
Good. All right.
Oh. On the road again.
Almost.
Okay.
I've just noticed all the
Dust.
fur.
That's the other thing that road day is. It kicks up a lot of dust in the
Yep.
coach. And I wipe off the counters diligently anyway because the cats and the dog get up on the counters and the desk.
Well, not the dog as much.
Well,
At
the
least not
dog.
on-
No, she has a dog bed on the table next to you, so
Yep.
she can get up there, and she doesn't just jump up there willy-nilly. We put her up there. But we're in a small enough space that I don't feel comfortable yelling at the cats to stay off the counter. Not that it would do any good anyway. So I just wipe him down a lot. let's see, Red Jag. I was given the okay to trade the E-Pace in for a Tesla for 2021, which means I'll need a trailer or a car hauler, not which one to consider. Not sure which one
In
to consider.
1,000 feet, turn left onto New Mexico 156.
Biggin also said lots of rumors flowing about Tiffin selling.
Ooh.
Are they
Interesting.
selling? Huh. So what you're saying is hurry up to get, like, for sure a quality Tiffin. Oh yeah, Thor. Tiffin
That
may
would
be
suck.
selling to Thor. Oh. So, Red Jag, are you looking at an X, a 3, an S,
A Y
a Y?
or a Cybertruck.
Don't do the Cybertruck. It's hideous.
Oh, they have EV charge spots over here.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're not Tesla. They're it looks like Electrify America. Although there's no branding that I could see.
Yeah. And of course, you got a truck parked in
Take the
the
next left onto New Mexico
line of 'em.
156.
Yep. Because people.
Yep, people. Oh, that's unfortunate, Thor. Is it just that or for Thor, Biggin? Sorry, I'm not awake yet. Is it like Bob's retiring and the Suns want out of it, or just? I haven't heard anything about it, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
hadn't
curious.
either.
Red Jag's looking at the X.
Ah, very good.
In 600 feet, turn right onto US 84 West.
By Red Jag, it is so
Take
much
the next
easier.
right onto US 84 West, then turn left onto the I-40 West ramp.
Sorry, we paused when she's yelling at us. It is so much easier for me to get in and out of with the Fibro
Then the S was.
than the S was. It's higher up, and then also the seat for me, the adjustable seat comes up quite a bit too. So even if we're in low travel mode, the thing, I gotta go see what.
The Model Y would probably be fairly similar as far as comfort.
The I-40 West ramp.
It's a little smaller than the X overall. Cutting into the ramp.
Okay, I'm hanging on. One of the drawers flew open.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-40 West.
That's the next thing we have to do is fix all the latches, and they've gotten a little worn, the plastic clippy things.
Oh, that's what the boss likes. Good.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him, that the... Oh. All right.
On the road again.
Yeah, the problem with all the little things that we figure out need to be like tightened clips to hold the doors in or the drawers. When we're stationary, we totally forget about it.
Continue on I-40
Yep.
West for 116
So-
miles.
I'm getting a little warm.
That was the point, that the wants higher up. Yeah, it made it so much easier. And also, it was to the point where I really couldn't ride in the back seat of the S because it was even harder than getting out of the front seats. But with the X, door just, comes open and you step out. But I'm not a fan of the doors. I think they draw too much attention.
She doesn't like the attention the Falcon Wing doors or the X in general draws.
Biggin, that would be awesome. And he said, do I need to send you some little clippies?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 5 years, those little things,
We're actually switching out to magnets on everything.
Yeah.
Those flip clips.
They wear out a lot,
even
so.
if they're installed perfectly, they do wear out over time.
And the positions that they're in, it's really hard to get back and unclip it to, junkyard fix it. So. Oh, there's a blue hole here. Huh. I know there was one in Ohio. It's basically a sinkhole that got filled up with water.
no speed sign on this curve.
Oh.
I'm still down around 65 though, so.
It says 75 is the regular speed limit.
Yep.
So I think there's another curve up under.
Oh, and popsicles. Yeah, those were real good.
But it's winter. Y'all don't need popsicles right now. Need hot chocolate.
Hey, they still do electrolytes.
True. They were tasty.
They were. It was like frozen Gatorade, basically.
Yeah.
And in Red Bay, Alabama summer, whew, they were really.
Talk
hit
about
the spot.
humid. Yeah, Biggin said last time that the 4th Street Grill closed down. It's a Mexican restaurant now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Every once in a while, 4th Street, they'd make their own pork rinds. You get fresh pork rinds still popping and crackling.
Mm-hmm.
I know for somebody who wants to get back to the vegetarian lifestyle, I talk about meat a lot.
Yep.
Because I like it. It tastes good. It just...
Oh, sorry.
The cruelty to animal stuff really gets back into me again. I'm having a harder time. Usually, the meat that we do purchase, it's locally sourced most of the time, and humane practices. So there's like open pastures, and it's not factory farming where they never see the light of day. But with the pandemic, beggars can't be choosers, so you just get stuff, and I'm finding that it doesn't taste as good. To me, it has an odd texture and smell, and it just doesn't, I don't feel good when I eat it. It makes my gut kind of just sit heavy, so. That's why I want to hurry up and make a brisket, because I'm going to start phasing out of. I will say I finally got an Impossible Burger, and it was all right.
You did?
Yeah.
When did you have that?
We had them. I bought the pre-pattied Impossible Burgers and cooked them in the
okay.
in the June. They weren't great. They weren't our favorite. They definitely weren't burgers. It was about 3 months ago.
That's right. Yeah, I do remember that now.
Yeah.
I didn't know those were the Impossible brand, or
Yep.
I don't recall that they were.
Yeah, I was unloading groceries and I told him what I got, and he made this face. He said, "Why did you do that?" Because I want to try them. I want to see. You don't know until you know. And they just... I guess if you'd never had a really good hamburger,
Well,
and
yeah.
you were vegan or vegetarian,
It's passable.
it's passable. There's a Jelly Belly outlet at Klein's Corners.
Well, it just says Jelly Belly. It doesn't say outlet. You got the Williamsburg mentality.
Yeah. Steak outlet and pancake house.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas store next door.
Hair, barber.
Guns, barber, warm cookies.
Yep.
So, when my parents lived in Southwest Virginia, there was a barber shop outside of Christiansburg, Virginia, and it was where Dad usually went to get his haircut. And on the sign, there was the barber pole and said barber, and then there was another part of the sign that said guns, and then there was a sign in the glass window that said warm cookies. So, he had pretty much everything a growing boy needs. At least for my dad. Are we there yet?
Oh, I know.
The older we get, the longer these drives seem to take.
I saw the big blue sign back there that said camping. I was like, maybe it's close enough.
Yeah. How about Las Vegas, New Mexico? We're almost there.
Right?
Although that's up in the mountains, that's going to be cold. Although it's on the east side of the mountain range, so most of the precipitation's already hit the high peaks.
If it weren't for COVID, I'd like to go back to Santa Fe.
Oh yeah, Los Alamos.
Yep, Los Alamos. I don't feel like we had enough time there to
No,
really
we didn't.
explore everything.
Yeah, for all the really in-depth museums and walk through the town, and then the caldera that's right around that area, you probably need a good solid week of time off just to do every day. So probably
We were only there for a
us.
month.
Well, we were in Albuquerque for a month.
Right.
And Santa Fe was an hour north of that, and then Los Alamos was an hour north of Santa Fe.
Yep.
So it was really interesting. We went the back way up to Los Alamos when we went to meet up with friends. And so we went through, I don't remember what nation it is, like Hopi, but that's not right.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So we went up through, I'm just going to say Navajo because I'm pretty sure. But so we went up through the reservation, and then it goes into the national park, and I didn't know that this was there. We came around this corner, and there's this huge expanse of valley and a little knob in the center, and it turns out it's a caldera from a volcano, and the TV show Longmire was filmed there. So it was quite an awe-inspiring come around a curve, and there's this valley, and I went on Google Earth and did the measurement. It's like 21 miles across at one point. So
I think Red Jag doesn't understand the Impossible Burger.
I don't really either. It's smoke and mirrors. I know it's plant protein, but I will say plant protein, when I was a vegetarian, before the crumbles and all the things that they have now with the Morning Star, the sausages and the bacon, back then the bacon looked like pink Play-Doh and didn't taste as good as you'd imagine pink Play-Doh would taste, and they didn't really have crumbles or anything. It was there was no dye or flavoring. It was just dehydrated tofu called textured vegetable protein, and it was pretty awful.
TVP.
Yep. And you couldn't really buy it in the stores. I had to. We lived in Norfolk and in Hampton Roads, Virginia. My parents lived in Floyd County, Virginia. So it was about a 6-hour drive, and halfway between us and them, there was a Mennonite shopping store with bulk food items and called the Cheese Shop, and you could buy it by the pound. So I would buy it and put it in with vegetable broth and pretend it was chicken soup.
Man, on a smooth road, it's actually really fairly quiet in here.
Yeah, it is.
Those new tires.
Yeah, buddy. Good investment that one was.
Yep.
Google just asked if I enjoyed my shopping trip at Santa Rosa, New Mexico. Didn't shop, but okay. I have this app on my phone. It's Google Opinion Rewards, And since they know where I am all the time anyway, you earn money for the Play Store, so you can get apps or ebooks, audiobooks, that kind of thing. And you take a little survey, like where you just at, and then they give you 5 stores. So if you go to Kroger or Walmart or whatever, and then you just tap yes, I was there, and I think they use it to make sure that their
map listing.
Their map
info.
listing and tracking stuff is
Correct.
correct, yes, and accurate down to the thingy. I probably should have taken some more meds when I was back there at lunch. I just don't want to get up again.
That's okay. Are we coming through okay, everybody? Audio, video looking all right? Ah, that's why they slowed down. Thank you, RVing Between the Sheets. Glad to hear it.
So I have to ask, RVing Between the Sheets, is that a euphemism? Or is your last name Sheets? Just curious.
We want the origin story.
Yes, the origin story. We're just nosy.
I think Red Jag, when you trade for the X, you're going to have to change your handle, right?
Yeah.
You're no longer going to be Red Jag 100. Or is that hearkening back to an earlier Red Jaguar?
Jag. Both? Question mark for Between the Sheets. And last name is Sheets. Okay, cool. Yeah, cool.
Double entendres are always fun.
Yeah.
We, for a while, had changed our online presence. Instead of turtle herding, we were Vegas Envy, Vegas ENVY. But Vegas NV is also Nevada, so it was a little bit of a double play. Which consequently is the name of the paint scheme in Tiffin's computers for our paint picks that we did on this is Vegas NV.
And we weren't like the bots where we picked completely different colors and had them spray paint or had them paint the colors that we picked. We took colors that Tiffin actually used and had the same, what do you call it? The
same
design,
layout.
The same layout. We just
mixed
shifted
the colors
where
up.
colors were around. So we had the gas coach we had that we had traded in was a black and gold swirly kind of thing, and the
We're
red
really feeling the gold.
Yeah, well, and the red that we wanted had a gold highlight to it, so we kind of moved things around. That's a long stretch out ahead of us.
Yep. Don't know how well that comes through on camera, but you can see for miles.
Yep. Red Jag. I used to race a red Jaguar with 100 feet of boost.
Foot inches of boost.
Okay.
Yeah. Very cool. So I guess you don't have to change your name after all.
Louis trying to bully Emma out of the crate.
Louis was?
Yeah, he was. He was
Huh.
kind of looking to see where she was. Now he's coming around the top end. Lulu. sitting on top of it and she's inside of it and he's like looking down. I totally expect him to start doing that.
Right.
Oh, no, he's laying down on top now. Whoa. When I went back to layer up before we got on the road, I should have put on the wool socks or the fuzzy gingerbread socks that Laura got me. I got those out of winter clothes, so put all my summer stuff in space bags and took all my winter stuff out. I'm prepped for the season.
Yep. Space bags stay in the car hauler.
Yep. All my layers. I have 4 layers on right now. And still cold. Hey, buddy. Yeah, come here. Come here. Oh my goodness. Oh. Boop. How are you? You a good boy?
Says we have 176 miles left today. 2 hours and 30 minutes of travel time.
And then we get to finish Hollywood and watch Star Trek Discovery.
Yay! Really curious what the if the X is moving around in there. So I'm going to switch us over to the garage view for a minute. Of course, we're not really going over any bumps to speak of.
Rest area. Oh, this is the one we were going to stay at.
Yeah. Yep. I guess it moves a little bit. I think I've seen it shuffle a smidge.
Red Jag, talking about racing a Red Jag reminded me of the SRT experience that we got to do with the Charger.
That was a blast.
I joked with someone after we did that you bought me the car so you could have the track experience. Red Jag says it was a red 2009 Jaguar XFR. That car was crazy fast, NOS, and a supercharger. It had 4 doors.
Nice.
And blew all but 3 of them off, right?
All but one of the doors?
Yeah.
So, Red Jag, when you go to the X, are you going to get the performance version or just the normal, very stupidly fast already version?
And I'll tell you right now, when you do the launch mode with Ludacris or whatever it is now, it's going to be Plaid, whatever, don't do it with Mary in the car. Like, ever, ever, ever. Even if she says she can handle it, no, don't do it. He did it when we first were test driving. I think he did it twice during that test drive, and I hurt for 3 days afterwards. It was literally like being launched on one of those magneto rail.
Yeah, like a rocket sled type thing.
It was.
How do you get out of the X in the trailer? So the trailer has what's called an escape door, or on the. As we're driving down the road right now, it's on the driver's side of the trailer. And they come in different configurations, but the one that we have, the door actually lifts up on little pneumatic shocks, and then the wheel well cover unclips and pulls out, and I set it outside, and then I back the X in because I prefer backing because I can see better where I am and what, how my alignment is and everything. And then I have a seating position saved on the X called work mode, and that puts the driver's seat all the way back and the steering wheel all the way forward and up, so it gives the maximum space. So I put it in work mode, and then I slide across and then out the passenger door.
So if weather is permitting and we're not completely exhausted on Sunday when we stop in Las Vegas, I'll get out, and when he brings, because we drop the trailer there and then they put the trailer in storage for us.
Yep.
So when we stop, I'll get out and film with my phone, so don't expect much.
And we'll actually have it live on the stream.
On the stream?
Yep.
Okay.
I can
so
incorporate
that
it
way
into
you
the
can
stream.
see what happens, what it's entailed. It's not very time consuming now that we've got it down pat.
Yeah, not really.
So.
Nobody make fun of all the junk that's in the trailer, though.
Yeah, no, everybody shame him. Shame him.
Don't do it.
Wag your finger. You're supposed to be living a tiny lifestyle. Red Jag says, performance, of course. And I like my teeth in my mouth, so I know better than to drive with her in the car.
Okay. Smart man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, man, the Model X Performance. We have the P100D, which was the version, it's the performance version for when we got ours. The new version, they've stopped labeling the battery pack capacity on the vehicles. They just call them long range and then performance. So yeah, I think yours will be 2.7 seconds 0 to 60. Mine's 2.8. It is mind-numbingly fast. And you can tell a difference when you do a launch with launch mode versus just regular stomping the pedal. There's a noticeable difference in how quickly you get to 60.
Yeah. Rich and Sue, is the car strapped down?
It is, yes. I have tire straps. So in the car hauler, the previous one we had what's called E-track. So it's a wide track about 4 inches across, and it had slots across. This one I went with a different type of track because it's all aluminum, and I didn't want the dissimilar metals of the steel from the E-track to the aluminum of the trailer. So with this one I went with what's called airline track. So instead of having slots across, it's a much narrower track, and it has little circles all the way down it, and then below the circle is a slot that runs the full length. So you push the item in and slide it, and then a little notch, a plunger comes down into one of the circles. So the lip overhang where the circle isn't cut out holds it down, and the plunger sitting in the circle keeps that device from sliding front to back.
Like a ball chain clasp where the ball goes in, and then once it pulls to the side, it doesn't go through the...
Yeah. I don't know that helps most people though. Anyway, so airline track. So my straps, they anchor on the inside of the tire, like inside of the, so behind the front tires, ahead of the rear tires. They anchor straight to a ring clip, and then it goes up over the tire, and I have rubber cleats that are on the strap, so the rubber cleats sit into the teeth or into the tread of the tire. And then it comes down, goes through a roller at the bottom, and then comes out away from the car so that I can have my ratchet strap be horizontal because there's not enough vertical clearance to have a ratchet strap up high. So it comes down through a roller so that the ratchet strap part is all vertical, or all horizontal. You'll see all that when we unload tomorrow, or Sunday. Actually,
you can pay for the seat, but you'll only need the edge.
Wow.
You don't remember that?
I don't think I've heard people say that one, but I don't remember hearing that one in a...
like a monster truck rally ad.
What are you doing? Actually, today I might, once we get stopped, I'll go mobile with the phone and on the stream, and I'll go back there and just do the quick little tour if you want to see it. And that'll be in about 2.5 hours. Come on, car.
Oh, you know what we didn't do at the bio break stop for us? Fiona.
Oh, I'm sorry, baby girl. Maybe you'll get to see it sooner then.
Yeah.
Darn. Yeah, we forgot all about that. Sorry, baby girl. We'll get you. Can you look up and see when the next rest area is?
On the other side of Albuquerque, I believe.
Oh, really? We're that close to Albuquerque?
No, the rest areas are just that far spaced.
Oh. I guess I could have gone in there.
It is 36 miles, 31 minutes. You can make it, baby girl.
Just cross your legs.
That's right. Red Jag says, I'd really like to see how those straps work.
Okay. I will make that happen.
We also, once he got the car where he wanted, he took black.
Oh, well, I did it beforehand. So.
Well, you measured where you wanted the car
Yes.
to be, and we took, because he measured the front to back, the wheelbase, and all that, and then he took a black Sharpie and made like a plotted T. So when I'm helping him, I can just look and go, yeah, you're inside the lines, and then the center point for the wheel well. So it's a nice hack. It makes it a lot easier.
So yeah, I found that it's way easier to get precise loading of the car into the trailer if you have things marked out, so you can look and see where the tires are and know, you know, if you need to squirm a little bit or something, you know what you need to do. So on the previous one, I actually marked the load door with a stripe all the way down the load door, which was where the outside of the rear tires needed to be in order to shoot between the wheel wells, because the wheel well didn't pull out, the wheel well cover didn't pull out on the previous trailer. On this one, before I ever loaded the X into it, I took all the measurements, worked out all the math, measured to the center of the wheels in the trailer, and then measured out from there the distances, and then centered left to right inside the trailer, and then measured out from that. So I knew exactly where the tires needed to be, and then on the outside edge, I put a big black bar in Sharpie, and then a horizontal bar pointing out away from it. That is where the center of the tire has to be when it's loaded. That really, really helps get it right where it needs to be every time.
Yeah, and he can almost do it by himself.
Yeah, so one other trick for you, Red Jag. When you're backing it in, or pulling it in, whichever you decide to do. Number one, turn on creep mode in the Tesla. That's where it simulates an automatic transmission. When you let off the brake, it starts to roll. I don't use that in day-to-day driving because I want it to stay still until I hit the throttle. But for loading and unloading, it helps to be able to release the brake and have it already have some pull against it, like backing up into the trailer or pulling into the trailer. The second trick is buckle the seatbelt behind you. If you don't buckle the seatbelt, when you lift your butt off the seat, it puts the car in park. So it makes it really tough to like lean out the window and look and see where things are when you fold your mirrors in to get through the guide wires on the load door. So you buckle the seatbelt behind you, that way you can still get up and look out, and it prevents it from putting the car in park because the seatbelt's buckled. So little hacks. I've also taken advantage of the storage space under the car. I have too many Tesla battery modules at this point. So I've got I've got 5 Tesla battery modules on the floor of the car hauler under the Tesla. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
I plan to use them. I hope to use them or sell them. But as of right now, they're bouncing down the highway with us.
Yeah, Michael's, his known hang-up is, what if I need this one day?
Yes.
And yeah, I'm not there. I don't care. I just get rid of stuff. I no longer get rid of his stuff.
Yeah.
One time. So he was out
Mhm.
to sea one time. He brought home.
I was out to sea a lot.
Yeah, you were out to sea a lot, but we were moving. Our lease was up, and I was moving back to my mom's house because he was going to be underway and lots of other stuff. And so he had a busted UPS.
Yeah, uninterruptible power source. It just
Yeah.
needed new batteries.
But yeah, so it was busted, and in our closet, and had been
It
there.
wasn't busted. It needed new batteries.
And so it got pitched. And I don't even think I did it. I think one of Bonnie's sons I said, yeah, that doesn't work. And it went in the trash. Whatever. I haven't lived it down.
I haven't brought it up in years.
Maybe
That's
two.
not a hang up. That's a normal guy thing. Yes. Yes.
I think
If something still works, it's really tough for me to get rid of. And I'll give it away before I'll try to sell most of the things too, because just dealing with the eBay taking this percent and PayPal taking that percent, and then having to actually find a box to ship it in and make sure it gets there, and then worry about the other guy being a butthole and saying that it didn't arrive or saying it was broken when it, scamming you or whatever. I'm just like, I just don't care. It's not that big a deal to me. I'll just donate it or give it away or
or
something.
hang on to it.
Or hang on to it. Yes, I'll hang on to it a lot.
That's why I'm interested in this narrowboat thing, because he has said he was going to just dwindle down to next to nothing.
Yeah. I mean, if we do that, it doesn't make sense to ship a lot of things overseas.
No, it doesn't, but I want to see if we can actually do it and survive. So we need to do something to pare down and get everything out of the coach. Can you hear the crickets?
I'm sorry, I was concentrating on changing lanes and thanking the guy that flashed his headlights to let me know it was safe to come over. If we make the jump to the narrowboat going to England, then it will be a purge everything with the exception of basically clothes and a couple of laptops, and then some sort of much smaller footprint, much lower power consumption server. Because the server I have right now is none of those things.
No.
It is
It pretty much takes
For you-
up the fireplace storage bin.
yeah. If you're familiar with server sizes, 1U is an inch and a quarter, or inch and 3/4. This is a 4U, so it's about that tall. About that tall. Pretty common server size. It will fit 6 3.5-inch discs vertically, and then it has 6 bays across in the front. No, 6 vertically, 4 across in the front, and then another 3 vertically and 4 across in the back. So I can fit 36 discs in this server chassis, and then I put a 32-core processor that basically also is hyper-threaded, so it actually has 64 threads of execution and 128 gigs of RAM. And to say it's power hungry is an understatement. Idle, it pulls about a little over 200 watts at idle. And the power supplies for it are rated at 1280 watts a piece. So yeah, a lot of power.
Red Jag says, I still have a rotary phone hidden because it'd be in the trash otherwise.
I'm not that bad.
Phil
not quite that bad.
Phil says that's one of the reasons we don't full time, because I'd have a hard time getting rid of my tools.
Yes.
And Phil wants to know, do you use cooling fans to help push the RV down the highway?
I have the complete wrong orientation. I should have thought of that.
In the winter, it's a bonus because there's
It generates quite a bit of heat.
and my chair, my desk is closest to that area, and there's some little vent things, so the heat comes in my direction, and I get nice and
The
toasty
cats
warm.
absolutely love it.
Yes, They lay on the counter above it.
Yeah, so it's where the fireplace used to be is where all the server gear and everything is. And then right above that is the entertainment electronics, which are also quite hot. And then it's a thin sheet of Corian countertop right on top of that. So the cats, the favorite spot for them is right on top of that Corian, because it is always
It's
toasty
always warm. Yeah, if I fit up there, I would have been sitting up there. Phil says, I know how load the server is.
How loaded, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And John says, installed YouTube on TV yesterday, got this video showing on TV, but can't communicate you with on TV, so back to the computer. Oh, and Phil
How
says loud.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Well, so actually, Phil, I replaced all the fans with Noctua fans, and then I set my own cooling profile for the fan speed on them. Yeah, so they're not as loud, but they can be loud. They're not they'll never be as loud as the stock fans, but at high speed they do get a little loud.
They also have blinky lights that we can see.
Very
through the
blinky
grate.
lights, yeah. Because I've got 12 discs loaded in it now, so I still have room for 24 more. But I space the discs evenly on the front, and the front is what faces into the coach. But I have an air grate or a grate over it to kind of mask that it's a server closet. But it's porous so the air can still circulate and keep it cool. But yeah, you can see the blinky lights.
Too bad we can't speak to you through YouTube, John says.
Yeah.
And Phil says, I thought you can't slow down the fans once you change out the fans.
Oh yeah, you can still do that. They're 4-pin headers, so it's positive, negative, pulse width modulated output to control the fan speed, and then a digital input to read the fan speed. So yeah, you can definitely adjust it, and it's a super micro chassis and a super micro motherboard. Sorry, I'm throwing all kinds of fun stuff out there. So if you know what I'm talking about, and it's an AMD EPIC 7402, which is the 32-core, 64-thread processor. It's way overkill. I don't have enough virtual environment running on it to even tax the thing. I do run a lot of containers, but again, not enough to tax it.
I think he should do like walkthrough videos for all of the tech that we have.
Yeah.
Like do a little talk about the server and everything else.
Yep.
Phil says, okay, I'm thinking HP.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure on HP if you can control the fan speed once you swap them out. I've not messed with their chassis much.
So interesting thing I had noticed before, one of the cattle drive trails goes up through this way into Colorado. And I think I spotted, you know how you can see the rut marks from the Oregon Trail?
Yeah.
I think I spotted the clearing trail that winds through where all of the trees
Nice.
just had, been wiped out by the herding of the...
Yeah.
Because
That's cool.
everywhere else it was just like a nice even coating of mesquite, and then there was this 4-lane, like this wide swath
Wow.
with just random dotting of trees. So, Christopher, I tried looking at the RV you have on the Inter to see what it looks like, and I can't find it.
Yeah, you'll have to look on the used market because this floor plan isn't made anymore. But you can see something that's very, very similar on Tiffin's website. It's TIFFIN motorhomes.com. Look at the diesel motor coach and look for the Allegro Bus 45 OPP. Actually, I think it's the only 45-foot Allegro bus they sell now. It's very similar in floor plan to that one, the 45 OPP.
Yeah, we could also, I think on the blog post you have like the early blog post, we have a graphic of the floor plan, and then we have interior pictures, but I don't think we did like...
Yeah, also, Christopher, if you look on our YouTube channel, there's a playlist for the build, and that'll give you a pretty good visual walkthrough interior. But I will, it's on my to-do list to shoot a like 360 walkthrough of the coach.
John says NIRC won't take my 20-year-old coach to work on, so I might go to Finley RV unless you know a good place to use.
Yeah,
I
really
don't think we've done anything in Vegas.
Unfortunately, and I tried to get the oil changed or lube oil and filter done before we left Vegas, and every freaking way I turned kept falling through, so I just decided to screw it, and I'll probably end up doing it myself while we're here this time. So unfortunately, I don't have any recommendations.
Oh, let me see how much farther we have to the rest area for the Fionas.
Yep.
$15 minutes.
All right. So 15 minutes for the mobile show with mobile video, and we'll go check on the X and the car hauler.
Roy says, Michael joined at the perfect time. Love the tech talk. This is Roy from yesterday. Had a question on server needs. Are you using any containers with it?
Absolutely. Boatloads of containers.
Yeah.
I haven't counted recently, but I'm pretty sure I'm over 30 containers. I'll give away a few secrets. We use sonar, radar, and Saab NZBD for most of our entertainment content, which is why I have a server
So
with
much space.
192 terabytes capacity.
That's my fault, because yeah.
She's a digital hoarder.
I am. I need all the GBs.
And I don't mind. I like the challenge. So I went from okay, yeah, RV Trader likely does have some interior shots. Good call, Red Jack.
And we do have a rear cam, like David.
Yeah, it's not on the stream.
Right.
I may be able to add that up here or something.
You could probably take the speed limit, the black thing, off in the center and put another camera and then put the map in the center. Or no map at all.
All right, so vote. Who would prefer to see, what would you be okay with seeing taken out of the current stream across the top?
I vote
to put
RV.
other to put other cameras up. Do we get rid of the map? Do we get rid of the date and time and speed and latitude, longitude? Both?
Or do we get rid of us?
Lehnanne wants to get rid of our view of us.
Of us. John Bloxham. It's amazing how cheap discs are compared to 10 to 15 years ago.
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah. This time I put man, now I'm trying to do the math in my head. I put 16 terabyte discs in this time. Yeah. 672. Yes. I had to do the math in my head to make sure I didn't put 18s in. I put 16 terabyte discs in. I got 12 of them. And then I used ZFS, a RAID Z pool to put the data or stripe the data across the disks. I don't have 192 terabytes of usable space because of the redundancy and overhead of the file system, and the fact that disk makers use decimal bytes instead of power of 2 bytes. Yeah, each disk is 16 terabytes, John.
John says can't get rid of your picture. Why not?
Either map or speed. Okay.
Yeah.
Map. It updates slow.
Oh, they like seeing the fur babies. Okay, yeah.
Is this the? This looks like a stop.
Yeah, you could stop here.
Okay,
I
we'll
guess.
stop here.
Looks like a truck safety pull off, but hey,
Yep.
that works. Oh, just in time to take another. Phil says his first hard drive was 10 meg and it cost $800.
Oh yeah. No.
Just a second, thiefers.
Over there or over here?
Over there,
In a
please.
quarter mile, merge onto I-40 West.
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Little bump there.
Maybe they can see the roadside marker.
And all the trash.
All the trash. Ugh, I hate people.
Yeah, the washing machine disk drives. Yeah, I think my first disk was 80 meg or 100 meg. And then for Christmas, I asked for a 500 meg disk. And then I used Microsoft's was it called double stack? Double space. Yeah, double space. To compress the disk so I had more space. Crazy times.
You're going to have to take her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no way I'm braving that cold.
Okay, I don't think it's that cold right now, but it could be.
I'm freezing already. So.
Okay. All right, so I'll take her, then I'll have to add the remote feed into OBS, and then I'll take the camera. Can I take your camera?
Sure.
Okay. Look out. Ankle baby girl.
Are you going to take it when you get back?
When I get back, yeah.
All right, so who wants me to read the sign? It's a historic marker.
Come on.
Ouch. No, it's the trash bag.
Okay, hold it. Oh, God.
You
It's
okay?
windy.
It's windy. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not going out there in the wind. Oh. Hello, baby girl.
Good girl, Fifi. Oh, sorry, you guys can still hear me.
I need to grab another trash bag. Hey, baby girl.
Oh, you're caught in my cable. There we go.
Everybody gets a snack. Here you go, baby girl. Here's kibbles. Here, Fifi. Here's some kibbles. Louie, why'd you move? Come here.
Holy cow. Yeah, that wind took the door away. No. Hey.
I
Right
put
there.
it in the wrong spot.
Well, come on.
Okay.
I'll get Louie.
Mark says read the sign. Phil says, I was going to ask what the sign says. Okay. Let me
like
get
Mitch
my
Hedberg. Read the sign, punk.
let me get my radio voice out. That's Fee, you got to move, baby girl. All right. Official scenic historic marker. Edge of the plains. Grassy plains meet pine dotted uplands as these lands transition from the Great Plains to the Basin and Range Province, a geographic region covering much of the western United States and northwestern Mexico. To the east, I'm not going to say that right, Caliche, sand and gravel capped the plains, which are deeply eroded in places to the underlying bedrock. To the west, faulting has produced alternating highlands and intermittent basins. I think that says elevation. There's a thing on it. The elevation here is 6,500 feet above sea level. And I don't know if you heard me, but back there, the trees were really compacted. But when I looked off to the side, there was this clearing that just sort of snaked up north, and I think it's part of the cattle, what was left of the heavily used cattle trails. So, oh, I got up to take extra meds. Oh, and so, there you go. I read the sign. Oh, are you following me? I hate to tell you, but that's all you're getting. That's it.
So, I'm gonna grab your phone.
No, we don't. Password's the same.
Yep. Do you have the chat installed on here?
The YouTube?
No.
I don't know what chat you're talking about. Mattermost?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Gerhard said, remember my first disc was on a card for IBM 8880 20 meg. Did you already read that?
Mm-mm.
Oh.
No, I'm
And-
just nodding because
okay.
I know what he's talking about.
And one put it on the main board like a video card.
Nice.
My first computer was a VIC-20,
Ooh.
and I played Oregon Trail. And the games were on cassettes.
That's not the right one.
Oh God, there's no coating on that should effect.
Okay, so that is the right one.
Oh, Blah. That was awful. It's an unfortunate amount of trash.
Are you on? You're not on our Wi-Fi.
Am I not?
Killing me, Smalls.
My phone. Oh.
Okay.
Did you go potty for daddy?
How many piddles?
Piddles? Phil's first computer was an Apple II.
Oh wow.
We are really old. 'Cause there are people like
Yes, we are.
My first computer was an iPhone. Farts.
What's wrong?
I forgot my sunglasses back on the table. There's a dumpster there, though. That's probably why there's extra trash. The wind hits and
Oh, good point. Yeah.
all those people.
Yeah.
Hey, Nimajine. What are you doing? You
Sorry, taking me a second to get the stream set up here.
I'm gonna mute.
Okay, that's better. Talking to myself. Aw. Fressin. All right. Test. Custom frame rate, control audio, yes. Okay. Test. Sorry, I'm trying to get audio through the camera or through the phone. Hello. Nope. Still not showing audio. I'm going to transition to this just so I can test the audio stuff. So, hello? Oh. Okay, it's definitely testing. Okay, that might work. All right, here we go. Here's what you guys looked like to us, by the way. Can everybody see this okay? Can everybody hear me okay? Lehnanne, just FYI, your mic is completely muted in the software right now. So they're only hearing from the phone while I'm going mobile here. Yay, it works. Okay, good. So we're going down and grab the keys for the car hauler and strap them onto my side so I don't drop them. Can they still see back in here? Nope. They're exclusively on my mobile. Well, your phone. Okay. Let's see if I can get drug out of the coach again. Yep. There we go. I'll try to protect the microphone a little bit. Should be able to still see. Looks like Wi-Fi signal's still good. May switch over to Wi-Fi in the car hauler. That's fine. All right. So it is a mess in here. But here are the straps. So there's the roller. You can see it goes, maybe you can see, it goes up and around the tire. And there should be, I don't know if you can see, yeah, there you go. That's one of the rubber blocks. And you can see the little cleat. It's got a similar one on the underside, and that holds itself into the tire tread. Then comes down through the roller, and there you can see the airline track. And then out of the roller into the ratchet strap. And the ratchet strap has a big hook on it. So there's another big eyelet there and strapped in to the E-track. So the E-track I was trying to explain earlier. See if I can get a good angle. Maybe. Down in here, you can see it's got a groove that runs the whole length. And then these circles are cut into, so it gives a flange overhang and then the circles. So the way this works, you can kind of see right down in there, there's a little bit of a circle from this piece that's flared out underneath, and there's another one here. And then this is the plunger that when you set it down in, you put these two circles down through a pair of openings, and the plunger will pop up because it's resting on top of one of these. Then once you put it down in and slide forward, the plunger drops in and locks it into place there. So that's how that works. And there you can see the wheel well on this side. This side's not removable. See if I can get across without injuring myself. There we go. This one, we have to get closer in. There we go. Okay. So this one has clips, and that holds the wheel well into place, or the wheel well cover. And you can see the handles there. Here's the hydraulic assist for the door. So the door hinges out here at the top and opens out that way. And then I unstrap each end of this, then that whole thing picks up and slides out. And that gives plenty of room. Here I will show There we go. So this is what I did for marking where the tire position is. You see the big black bar that the tire needs to be just inside of, and then the arrow pointing to center line of the tire. And I have those on all four corners so that I can tell exactly where I'm supposed to be. And there's really not a lot of excess space vertically. I mean, the air suspension won't lift up to a position that it'll hit it, but it's not loads of space. Try to step back across. There we go. Woo. So yeah, hopefully you can hear all that. I'm gonna close the door back over here. For what it's worth, I cannot see or hear any chats or anything right now. So. And then there's my network switch, and I have a little network cable comes down, and oh man, it fell out. I'm gonna put you guys down for just a second and see if I can fix the network cable. So it'll go black here. There we go, better. And safety chains and breakaway cable. And yeah, the umbilical for the 7-pin connector for the brakes and lights. Whew, still a little chilly in the shade. I'll give you a view of the coach. And car hauler. All right. Hi, baby. It is really chilly. There's Louie. There's what I run the show with, and there's Fiona. And there's our wireless mic receiver and USB hub, and then 2 cameras. Sound is 4x4. Okay. Could you see what I was doing? I hope the audio or the video at least was coming through okay. Can you hold that for a moment while I switch this back around?
Cold out?
Oh my gosh, yes. Holy crap, it is cold. Especially when the wind is blowing.
Say hello. You guys want to?
Okay, now we're back over on our mic packs. Hello.
My mic pack's still off.
Oh, I'm on my mic pack.
Oh wait, I stuck it down my bra.
Okay. Now we're back on our regular view.
I top off your water.
Dankeschön.
Bitte. Everybody got a little bit of kibble.
All right, so that's all cleared up.
Roy says, thanks for the real life view. Cannot wait. Yes, can see and hear everything.
Excellent. That is very good to hear. I'm I'm glad it all worked.
And for Gerhard, I have my gummies.
Caribou.
Caribou. The original since 1922.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah. Phil wants to know, what is the advantage over J-Track?
J-Track. Good question. I will have to look up what J-Track is.
So cold.
Oh. I don't think... I could be wrong. Let me take a look here.
Red Jag, no, I don't think we've ever driven in forward. We've always, he's always backed into the car haulers. Yeah, and we haven't put anything in a hauler except for the Teslas. We had a Jeep that flat towed, so.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with J-Track. It looks like it's pretty heavy duty stuff if the website I'm on is the right website. Although I don't I don't think it is. It looks like heavy construction gear, not actual track. So maybe I'm not on the right website. So I'm not familiar with J-Track to be able to answer that. I'm familiar with E-Track, and I don't know if they make aluminum E-Track. Not that it matters at this point. Evidently they do make aluminum E-Track. So the short answer is, at the time that we bought this car hauler, the place that we bought it from for aluminum, they used airline track.
Okay, Phil says it's what they use in tractor trailers.
Ah, okay.
And Gerhard says, look at Link Marathon Coach Luxury RV1291 custom trailer.
Okay.
I don't think the links come through. I think we have it set up that links don't show up. So.
Well, normally we would see like an approval
link.
here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he hasn't typed it in yet.
So yeah, the only thing I know for sure is that the airline track was the track that this particular trailer sales place used on their aluminum trailers, and it seems to work. That's all I know. Hey, David. Yes, you do have all aluminum E-Track. David, were you on for the tour of the car hauler? I just took everybody mobile.
We got a really good deal on the car hauler as well. We traded in our old one, and it was one on the lot. I guess it wasn't used, was it? It was just on the lot.
Right.
Like an older model or whatever. So everybody was running out of the office to take pictures because we towed our old car hauler with the Tesla and dropped it off, picked up the new car hauler and drove it. And there was actually a guy in Daytona Beach that was just standing outside with his friend, and he saw us pulling the trailer with the Tesla, and he got his phone out and took some video, so we waved. David said, yep, looked good.
Oh, cool. Hey, David, check. Oh, here we are. Oh, crap.
Did you break it?
No, I forgot I wasn't in studio mode, so when I clicked that, it switched everybody to a big black screen.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying.
Sorry about that.
Did you see Gerhard's look at it? Let me know if I should get it for me being alone. We'll have to. Let me put it in there. And
Yeah,
see what it is.
copy that one down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we got here? Marathon. Coach. 129. I think pretty much any coach that it's hard for us to say yes that would work for you or no. I mean it's all based on what you need and what you want, but
Can you hear me?
Gerard says 5x5 now.
Okay. Just a second. We're gonna have a special view here. Just a second. Just monkeying some stuff around.
Okay. All right, I bookmarked it. Gerhard, it's from the marathoncoach.com link is what I found. Let me know if that's not. It's Marathon Mondays with Mal, episode 108, walk around custom trailer for the 1291 marathon. So let me know if that's the right one.
I'm monkeying with it, so hold on here.
I'll let Michael watch the video and see what he thinks. It depends on what I don't remember what kind of Tesla you're getting, or if you're getting a Tesla. Everybody blurs in right now.
All right, we ready? 3, 2, 1. Here's David. Hang on, let me see if I can get his audio.
Did he give you permission?
I told him to call in if he wanted to be on.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, yeah, should be able to get audio. David, did you grant audio permission in the app? Oh, mobile stream. I had you muted. Okay, now try.
Yes, that works. Yeah, here I am. Hello, hello.
Okay, people should be able to hear you now, although I can't.
Yeah.
But that's
I can see you.
preventing feedback on my end. So.
Yeah, I muted my YouTube channel, so therefore I don't get feedback from you also. But I have to say right now,
maybe I can hear you now.
Don't know why I'm coming in on David Kalash's link here. I don't have my own link. What the heck?
Test.
Anyone?
There we go. Now I can hear you.
Oh. I was saying I'm just kind of a little surprised here that, I'm coming in on somebody else's link. David Kalash. I don't know why I don't have my own link. I'm not important enough? I don't get this.
That's David calls in.
Oh, is that what that says? Ah, okay.
Hopefully you're not, hopefully the audio isn't getting too much
It sounded
feedback.
like he said his name was David Koresh.
Right.
I was a little concerned.
Yeah. Well, it's spelled. I do see it now. It's David calls in. That's actually pretty funny, Michael. But I think David and then the calls in looks like it's a last name. So.
I can see how that would be confusing. So
Well, hello everybody. Surprise on the road. I'm traveling along with Loop and Michael, and I just thought I'd pop in here, seeing that Michael has the technology to do so, to drop in and say, hey. So
you're getting some shout outs in chat, David. If I don't know if you still have the chat up.
Oh yeah. There, I can see that. Nice to see David's okay. Thank you, Gerhard. Roy, hello. Oh, Augusto. Hey, I just got your email, Augusto. Thank you very much for the kind words. Thank you for that. John Buxom, how do we like Houston so far? Well, it's not our first choice to go. We have not minded being in Houston whatsoever, but it's not actually where we wanted to be. We actually wanted to be up in Burleson, Texas with Michael and Luke, but that didn't work out. And I'm kind of understanding after watching them leave the park yesterday, I kind of see why they wanted to leave the park. There was a lot of damn ass people there.
Oh yeah.
And that wasn't nearly as full as it had been.
No, it had been completely chocked full every single weekend.
And every coach had multiple vehicles. Like one person rented the spot, and then the family all came in.
For 60 miles.
The people behind us, there were about 12 people there for Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah.
The night before Thanksgiving.
It was a little crazy looking at the park going out, and so I'm like, well, I can see why they would be leaving warmly, and I'm glad we're actually not there at the moment. But
yep.
All right, I'm gonna mute and let you and David play. That way I don't have to.
Hold on, Lehnanne's muting her mic, and we're hitting a bad patch of road here too. It's a little more shaky, and I'm not going very fast, so I can't go to the left lane.
I don't feel it at all.
Oh, you don't feel anything, man?
You should get one of those vibrating things.
No, you're smooth as can be. Here, let me vibrate our coach to make it look like we're together.
There we go.
Have him do this.
Now we can look like we're together at least.
Nice. Oh, I know what I should do. Yes, I should be looking at the road. I am looking at the road. So.
Yeah, look at the road, please.
La, da, 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 da. Now, David, you should be able to see our feed.
While you're getting. Yes. Let's see. Oh yeah, I can. Look at that. I got that switched over. That's neat. For those of you, while Michael gets situated there on the road and going through the very bumpy road, I'm doing fine. Thank you for all the notes. I've been totally overwhelmed and humbled by the hundreds of emails that have come in. It's kind of weird because I can't. It's hard not to answer them all, even though I want to answer them all. As I'm going to have to do something. And today, actually, we somebody, we have no idea who they are, but we're gonna give a shout out to. We got flowers delivered today. Flowers
Oh,
and
wow.
chocolate delivered at the park for me today, which was kind of nice. From people, unfortunately I don't recognize their names, and I did a search and could not find any emails or anything from them in the past or anything. So if you're out there watching, thank you. That was very kind. Right now, just so you know, as far as RVing stuff goes, I'm currently dealing with a hot water line issue.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it happens to be the T connector that happens to be right behind the steel wall in the wet bay.
Oh.
There's the water that comes off the aqua hot and then
Yep.
goes to a T connector, and then that plastic T connector has a hairline fracture in it, and so
Ooh.
it's spewing water everywhere. So it's hard to get to because I think, Michael, you've taken off that back wall.
Yes. Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah, so I got the top hull section down right now, and I have to take off. I'm not sure if just the side screws would do it, or if I got to take off the brackets or whatever behind it. I'm not sure, but right now, just to get us by, because we're having major storms out here today and tomorrow. I took emergency tape and I wrapped the heck out of the T connector, and it leaks, but it doesn't leak as much as it did. That's for sure.
Oh wow. Are you turning off, like modulating the water pump in between needing it, or are you leaving it on all the time and dealing with the leak?
Yeah. No, we are turning it off when not needed, and I happen to notice it because, as you know, we now run full RO system like yourselves, so we use our water pump all the time, so it's always on.
Yep.
The problem, I was happened to be laying in bed and I kept hearing the pump go zip, and then zip, cycling a lot more than it often would, and I'm like, okay, there's a problem somewhere.
Yep.
And I had to go hunting for it, and when I got to the wet bay area, I saw water dripping down, and I'm like, okay, well, it's up in this area, and took out my little scope, my borescope, went up in there and saw the leak.
Nice. So is it the one
So
in
it's
your
always-
wet bay,
always a
or is
fun
it the
thing
one
when
in
you have a motorcoach
is it the one in the wet bay, or is it the one in the aqua hot bay?
It's the one in the wet.
Nope. It's gone.
Augusta says low signal.
Yep.
That's disappointing. I was hoping you and David could take over the channel and I didn't have to do anything.
Well, I mean,
Maybe, we're coming up to Albuquerque, so maybe once we.
Oh, there he is.
I don't know if Michael can hear me
Oh,
because
wow.
I can't hear Michael at this point. Am I gone?
Hold on.
Gerhard,
No.
he actually is at MD Anderson, which is one of the world's best cancer facilities, cancer treatment facilities. And so he has a top-notch team, and they treat him they probably treat him better than our president, because, yeah. Is he back?
Your audio just. Your audio
Almost.
just
I mean,
came
he's back.
and-
They can hear him, but I can't hear him yet.
You need an earbud.
Okay, now I can hear you, David, I think. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much any of that went out or anything. So,
Okay.
anyways,
I'm
I think it dropped off when you were describing where it was, right behind the soap dispenser, and then I think we dropped out after that. But
oh yeah.
yeah.
Well, in any case, then after that, I said it's going to be a pain. I can get it done at some point as soon as we have. I mean, no rain. I mean, it's totally black sky out here right now. It'll take me a couple hours probably to get to it to where it is. But anyways, other than that, how's your trip been going, you two?
Surprisingly well so far. We've just hit into overcast.
I did get a notice on the wind advisory. It's 45 to 60 miles an hour from the east heading
Okay.
west, and high-profile vehicles north to south take caution, but there was nothing else for us.
Okay, So I don't know if you could hear that, David.
I did.
You did or did not?
I did.
Okay. So yeah, we're getting a good stiff tailwind, going to be coming up 45 to 60 miles an hour. So should help our fuel efficiency a little bit. We've not been doing too well on this trip, actually, on the fuel efficiency. Only 5.4 miles per gallon.
Huh.
Yeah. But aside from that, it's been windy and it's definitely been cold. Got up this morning, it was about 30 degrees. And coming through Texas, there were the brine trucks out spraying brine on the roadways. So that's all out there, and nice salt spray all over the coach. I have to get washed once we get to Vegas. But I don't know if you can see ahead of us here. It looks like the clouds are getting darker and heavier. And I can see, oh yeah, we're heading over to the left is kind of where we're going to end up, which looks like some heavy precipitation right now.
Well, it's 11. The mountain
Yeah.
range is 11,000 feet. And Fred Folkert's been watching David for a year, finally pulling trigger just Monday. Nice run on Bitcoin.
Good, yeah. Hopefully you got to cash out before that last dip there yesterday. Just getting some other viewers chatting in on the YouTube chat.
Yeah, so it's been unfortunately we're not going to be going to Fredericksburg, it turns out. So
not at all.
All the campgrounds up there, because of the holidays, are all booked. So there's really, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go up there like we were hoping to. It's mostly what they're attributing it to is all these people who want to travel, who are new to motorhoming or RVing, and basically they're just full of people who's really never done it before.
Yeah.
And so your regular spots that you would normally go to, like our place that we would normally go to out in Fredericksburg, are completely booked up until like the first or second week of January.
Yeah, that
after
makes
the
sense.
holidays.
Man, I bet a lot of them too are just locals that are just, an hour or less drive from home, just going out to test the rig and get out of the house and stuff.
Yep. So unfortunately, people like us who full time, you guys, us, and others, we get kind of caught in crosshairs of all this because we can't go to the places we would normally go to get away from, to do our normal travels or our loops, or if you will. And so that's kind of a bummer. So we just re-upped here for another month. We're getting used to the area, but it's a bummer because we really wanted to go out there to look for property and stuff, as you know.
Yeah. Yep. So by the way, you are still live on the stream. I'm pretty sure you know that, but I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, it's really tough to find a place, especially in the winter in the lower part of the U.S. right now. I'm glad you guys are able to stay there where you're at and have access to MD Anderson and everything. It's really a great setup for what you need, I think, at this point.
Fred
Yeah,
said
the best part of
he started following us on your Linux trip. Nice to see
The best part of-
Linux admin.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, David.
Oh no, I said it's nice to be in an RV park that understands the situation, because they basically, like I said, we can just keep extending the same site without having to move our coach, as long as we give them 5 days prior notice we'll be staying.
Yep. The RV park that we managed in Chapel Hill, North Carolina was very similar. Duke University, their medical center, were one of the only places in the country, and actually one of only a handful in the world, that would do lung transplants. And so we had people coming from as far away as England, staying there at the park, because we were the only RV park that was safe. There was another RV park that was closer, but it didn't really feel very safe to stay there. So we were the only one that was close enough to be within pager range and still safe for these lung transplant patients. waiting for that phone call to say, hey, we've got your lung, you need to be here in 20 minutes kind of thing.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So we had a lot of that. I would say at any given time, up to a third of the park were lung transplant patients. And then after they got their transplant, they had to stick around for another couple of months to do rehabilitation and follow on and make sure that the body wasn't rejecting the lung and all that kind of stuff. So they were there for the long haul, and the owner of the park and we, of course, managing the park, completely understood and made sure that they knew they had a place to stay.
Yeah. Well, it's great when places like that, understand the clientele that they're working with, and we're lucky enough to be in one of those situations here. Like I said, we're getting used to the area. We're getting used to, getting around. So it's getting better. At first, when we first got here and stuff, it was kind of like daunting, obviously, because it's all expressway and there's a lot of construction, unfortunately, going on.
Yep.
But we're getting used to it, and everything, we know our way around the back roads and stuff now, so that's all good.
Cool.
So it's just a matter of waiting. It's a hurry up and wait game. As you know, I went from operation dated December 18th being pushed all the way to January 13th.
Yep.
So it's just a long wait. And then as long as everything goes okay, then maybe we'll get a chance to go to Fredericksburg and buy some property.
Yeah, maybe by that time it'll free up out there.
Yeah, you never know.
Cool.
Shoot, I did have a question for you. Let's see, what was that?
While you're thinking of the question,
I wanted to let you know that I did order a Google Max speaker.
Oh, nice. Man, at 50% off, I was trying to figure out where I could put another one.
Yeah, $150 off.
Yeah, it was, and it sounds great. The Google, the Google Home Max. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah. I can. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, we're dipping through, as you know, through cellular service, issues. Now my Google Home is going off in the background.
Sorry about that.
Stop.
Nah, it's okay. It was me, but yeah, I was trying to figure out a place where I could put another one, because at 50% off, it's kind of hard to pass up.
I'm trying to figure out where I'm going to put the first one. I think I'm going to replace the one in our living room that's over in next to the couch.
Okay. It is a big speaker, but you can stand it vertically. You don't have to have it horizontal. So the vertical stance may help you. I'm not sure how far down that little ledge is below the level of your couch. So I don't know if it'll block much of the speaker.
Well, we'll find out, because at $150 off, I figured it was worth a shot. And also I wanted something for, like, when we get to Southwoods or somewhere like that I can play music outside.
Yes. Yeah, it will definitely do that. Looks like we got another question for you. Have you figured out how you're going to drive that long, narrow road when you leave that last campsite?
Oh, are you talking about the road that we have to go out to get to the main road?
I think so.
That's a one-lane road. It's a one-lane road. Fred is right. It's a, and you'd love it, Michael. It's a one-lane road, and at the front, when people come in all the way off the main street, there's a sign that says, "Please pull over for oncoming traffic," and there's a little cutoff. Well, if they're past that, it's a little late. You have nothing you can do at that point. So they have to give up to you. They have to back up, because there's no way I'm backing up a 70-foot coach.
Yep. Man.
The good news, it's not a very busy street.
Yeah, that's probably good, because even most of the day-to-day traffic is likely just people in their personal vehicles, not necessarily coaches or RVs or anything.
Right. So I figured I'll take a look down the road and then gun it as fast as I possibly can. Gun it.
You could send Brenda out ahead with a walkie-talkie and flag people.
I told Brenda I'm going to put her little safety vest on her when we get to the corner, because it's a 2-lane road that you're turning onto, and we're going to need that turning radius. So
right.
I'm going to have her put her little vest on and go out there and stop traffic.
Put her on a Segway.
Lehnanne says put her on the Segway.
That's kind of funny.
Give her a whistle.
Give her a couple, of the flashlights that are
Yep.
that are light up,
Yep.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah, I don't think he can see you right now. So in order to conserve bandwidth, I'm not sending our video back to David right now because I'm using all of our upstream bandwidth to send to YouTube, of course.
And I'm watching I see what Luke's doing now. I see that because I'm watching the YouTube feed to see how it all comes out.
Nice.
So you and our audio's in real time, but good, Luke. That's real good. And I'm seeing that delayed, obviously. But our audio will be real time, so we can talk without issue. But I'm watching the video, obviously behind by 30 seconds.
Probably about 10 or 15 seconds for the delay.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll let you know in about 10 or 15 seconds.
So this is pretty fun, actually, having you ride along with us, David.
But it's a little different. It definitely is different.
Yep.
We're using a lot more bandwidth.
Oh yeah. Well, with having you using more bandwidth coming down, which I've got plenty of, compared to the bandwidth going out.
This is what y'all need to do when we get stationary too.
Lehnanne says we need to do more of these chats when we're stationary as well.
Yeah, we got to come up with subjects to do, like, off the cuff kind of subjects. We tried a couple of them, as some of you out there might know. But yeah, I don't disagree with Leanne on that. It gives us something to do, but we got to do something. We got to figure out something that I don't know. That just we'll figure it out. If you guys got any ideas
one of the
subjects
upcoming
you'd like to
things
hear
Lehnanne mentioned is.
Let us know.
Right. Lehnanne said we should talk one day about our tech setups, like the actual internet connectivity and upgrades that we've done and such. Because I've never done a walkthrough on our coach. Also, just as an FYI, Christopher C says to say hi from him.
Yes, I do have the chat up on the screen.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, I do plan to do a walkthrough of my upgrades and everything. So as you know, David, we ordered that DJI. So I'm connecting. Yellow, green. Okay, now we're back on YouTube. For some reason,
cool.
I wired the internet connection to this laptop so that it would be rock solid internally, and for some reason it died. So I connected back over to Wi-Fi.
So much for that rock solid, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. I don't know what's going on. So yeah, anyway.
Still don't have us back on YouTube that I can see at this point, just so you know.
Okay.
Oh wait, let me reload and see if that helps. No,
Yep.
it does. That's
Okay.
all much better.
I don't have the chat back up on the screen yet. I didn't want to fidget with that too much. My fidgeting.
Don't worry about it.
What's that?
David can field questions.
Oh yeah, Lehnanne says David can field the questions.
Yep. Fred Foker says, I would really be interested in working on more development projects with our Tiffin coaches, even if it's bouncing some ideas.
Oh yeah.
Well, that wouldn't be a bad topic. If you got an idea of what you might want to try to do with your coach, Michael and I can probably talk you through some of that, and if it's possible or not.
Yep. Yeah, happy to have those chats. The one thing that is kind of a background project for me and Mike Fisher right now. He's the other guy that worked on Coach Proxy after I, wanted away from it for a little bit. Is setting it up so that it's easy for someone who wants to use something like Home Assistant to be able to run a service on a Raspberry Pi with the CAN bus interface, and then there's no Coach Proxy interface per se. It's just all controlled over Home Assistant, so you don't have to worry about buttons and all that stuff. You can do whatever you want with it. And then with Home Assistant, of course, it gives you the ability to to do voice
do full
interaction.
automation and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the full automation side of things, like actually scheduling things to happen and processing triggers from this thing that comes in to do this thing that goes out. It's really very powerful in what you can do with it.
Like a project that we're currently still have on the table that Michael and I want to do, which requires more Michael than David, is we want to automate our dump valves. So they automatically would dump the gray and the black tanks based on different positions of the water levels, because we do have already electronic dump valves that will open and close the valves from the inside of the coach without having to go outside. But we should be able to automate all of that based on the meter readings.
Yep. Yeah, and actually
So
the PCB that I designed, it's really almost perfect for doing that to begin with. I would prefer to have 2 more inputs that I could use and have them go through some biasing circuitry so that I can read the 12 volts safely by the microcontroller. But yeah, it's very close to being perfect for doing just that already.
Christopher C. I'm feeling fine physically. I quite literally having prostate cancer. You don't really know any different. You don't know it unless you are tested for it. And so physically, I'm doing fine. Mentally, I've been fine for years. Let's just face that. No, as Brenda just said, no comment. I'm feeling fine. I don't know how much that will change later after we do whatever we do to correct with that. But other than that, I'm feeling fine. And I don't have Loop's special dark chocolate, but somebody did send me a fine Belgium dark chocolate that's 50% cocoa.
Ooh.
So it's not Loop's special chocolate, but it's
No.
it is a still chocolate from Belgium.
Still pretty good stuff, though, I'm sure.
I don't doubt it. It came with the flowers. How can it not?
Oh,
flowers
nice.
with chocolate.
Wow.
Yeah, that was, like I said, I'm not exactly sure. The people who sent it, there's Brenda. The people that sent it was Yan and Zoo. Yan, which is Y-A-N, and Zoo, which is Z-H-U. And I have to admit fully that very nice note from them, and we meet so many people. Please understand, Yen and Zoo, we meet so many people. And I have short-term memory issues as it is. So I apologize that we don't recognize the name, and we should, because it's such a unique name.
Yeah. It's humbling to get those from people that it's very humbling to get packages like that where you don't realize how many people keep you in their mind, and maybe it is someone you're really familiar with by a different name or an online handle or something too.
Hey, Red Jaguar just said, Michael talked me into buying my Model X. Now I have to add the charging system to my coach. I'll leave that project to you once we get to Southwoods.
Yeah, I don't know, Red Jag, if you want to pull a 6.3 wire through the interior of your coach, or 6.4 SOOW. I did the 6.3 stiff wire, and I think, David, you did the 6.4 SOOW, right? Or did we use the stiff wire on yours too?
We used the stiff wire. Yeah, well, it wasn't much of an issue for the most part to get that wire run. I mean, we had one little glitch where we just couldn't get it past a certain thing, but then we realized what we were doing. Well, wait a minute, that's the wrong place.
Yep.
And then once we had it, it was simple.
Yep. Yeah, it's more playing a contortionist
Cosmetics.
than anything else.
Oh yeah, and the reason for putting that wire up front is just strictly cosmetics. It's just
Yep.
so you don't have these wires hanging outside the back of your coach. But Michael did get smart. He had the smart idea of putting in a female receptacle right there in the cord reel bay. So just in case needed, we could plug in a 50 amp extension cord that would run to the back of the coach for the charger. And as fate has it, the last place we were at, I needed to do that. So I
Yep.
unplugged the cable from the female adapter that runs up to the front of the coach, which is always hooked up. Just unplugged that cable, plugged in the extension, and ran that to the back of the coach, put the charger in the engine bay, and we were good to go.
Yep. Hey, have
So
you
it's
done
all-
anything,
it all comes from-
David, have you done anything with, and I don't know if you've had this issue, but in my engine bay, the black matted out insulative barrier that's on the back, like basically the back wall of the closet above the engine bay, all that is really deteriorated on mine. Have you done anything like that on yours, like redone that that insulative barrier?
No, mine hasn't come. No, mine hasn't come down, nor has it really deteriorated much. What did come down, however, is if you look up inside, there's a big piece of foam up there.
Yep.
That foam came completely out. It was down on top of my engine, and I couldn't get it to stay back up there. So I actually just removed it altogether because I couldn't see the point of it anyways.
Yeah.
The other thing that came down on our end is the heat shield, that really flexible heat shield stuff that they put up there. That all came down too. I pulled it all out, and I never had it replaced.
Yeah, ours has done that as well, especially like right above the catalytic, or it's not a catalytic converter, but a diesel particulate filter, I think is what it is. Big part in the exhaust that runs right there before it exits the coach. Might just be the muffler for all I know. But it gets really hot, and it caused that insulative area to drop down.
Yeah, our installation came right down on top of the engine, and so I just ripped it all out. And
Yep.
and Tiffin was replacing it. You could go and get metal put in, literally metal shielding, but
Yep.
we just haven't been anywhere that I wanted to get that done. And quite literally, it doesn't bother me that it's missing. So
Right.
It really isn't a big issue to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up having to pop my access hatch to get to where that coolant leak is on top above the transmission area. It's really kind of frustrating. Basically, if we sit still for more than a month, I end up having to refill that expansion tank with coolant in order to get back up to the cold full level.
Even though you're not moving or anything, is
Yep.
it below the line of the?
Yeah, it's
Is the
below
tank
the
on?
level of the expansion tank itself. So over time, it just slowly drains
Oh,
the
okay.
expansion tank.
Gravity.
Yep.
Okay, gravity feed. So just be aware that when you come time to go pop that, I don't know if you've ever had to remove it or not. Just be aware
not
you
yet.
may end up needing the bottom of the jack.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
if I have a jack
We-
small
we-
enough to get up in there to do that.
Yeah, we actually had to use some 2x4s and put them across the engine block, and then a long 2x4 using it as a lever to try to push up on it to pop that sucker loop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that I might be able to do.
When that didn't work, we ended up putting in a small bottlenose jack. Yeah, and then another time we couldn't get it to work, so we ended up putting a board in there across the engine block in a position where it wouldn't hurt anything, and put a small bottlenose jack on there to create enough pressure to pop it. It's amazing how that sucker just gets so tight on there. You know, there's no way to really get it out very easily. And then of course you have the issue of always damaging the tile.
Oh, yeah. Is it sealed in with caulk of any kind, or is it literally just pressure fit that tight?
It's a foam sealant. It's basically a foam. They put in a foam ring around the outside edge, which is where the lip is, and then
Yeah.
it sits on top of that foam, and that foam compresses down. And when that foam compresses down, it ends up sealing that compartment.
Okay. Is it something that do you have to replace anything if you pop it, or does it reseal afterwards without any issue?
We were at Tiffin at the time, and they did not we ended up using the same seal. So it was something that was reusable. At least it was at the time, but it was newer back then also at this point. you know, we're into our 7th year with this coach.
Yeah. Yeah, we're about 5.5 years on ours now. It's kind of hard to believe.
Yeah. Let's see if there's anything here. Nobody's really mentioning anything. The EFP system's about to burn soot. It's the exhaust filter. Not sure what Red's referring to.
Yeah, the canister right before the exhaust exits the coach. There's a big canister there.
Oh, when we're talking about the heat shield, yeah, got it.
Yep.
Yeah, the heat shield I'm referring to is the heat shield they put on the bottom of the floor and the bottom of the access door. That's the heat shield I'm referring to.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we get a third lane. Okay.
We're in the curvy canyon.
Yeah, we're in the curvy canyon now before we come into Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. Fine.
Yep. Oh, right lane ends. So that was short-lived. Oh no, that's their lane. Okay. I was like, wow, that was really useless.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed. I got everything pulled apart, and then this weather storm came in. It's pitch black out here right now, and it's supposed to be raining all most of today and most of tomorrow. So at some point or another, I'll get back to trying to work on that hot water tank heat. And I got to be careful because I got to remember it is the hot water line, and that water is coming right off of the tank.
Yep.
So I need to remember to run the hot water cold before I start to cut into that line.
Yep. Is it just a regular PEX tee back there that you got to replace, or is it something different?
No, it's a regular plastic PEX tee, and I happen to have brass PEX tees.
Yeah.
And it looks like it happened right at the tee itself.
Okay.
So
that's interesting. I've never seen those. I mean, you know, I've only had this coach 5.5 years now, but I haven't seen those plastic ones fail like that. That's kind of surprising. I wonder if it vibrates and flexes in that area, and that may be what caused it to fail there after fatigue.
Yeah, the best I can see from the angle I can get my head in there is it is coming out of the tee itself and not the line. Like the line didn't spring a leak or anything, which I also would find very surprising.
Right.
What I'm going to have the issue with, however, is Tiffin uses, as I think you also use, those metal bands that clamp on, not the cinch ones, but the round copper ones.
Yeah, same ones I use actually.
Yeah, I got to figure out how to get those off in order to get the tee.
So what you do, Home Depot actually sells a tool for it, but I would just cut just outside of the hard plastic of the tee, because you can't reuse that segment of pipe that's under that ring anyway. So I would just cut the piping right at the edge of the tee itself, inside the piping, and then just put a new tee in its place.
Yeah, I know I got enough play in 2 of the lines. I'm not sure I have enough play in the 3rd part of the line. So I'll have to check that and see if I can move the line back and forth. The line that would run vertical. The line going back to the Aqua Hot, basically they come off the Aqua Hot with a stainless steel high pressure hose fitting for like a washer and dryer.
Yep.
And so I know I have play there, and then that goes into one part of the tee, and then the other part of the tee is the cut where, you know, it splices through, and then it feeds the coach left and right. Well, one goes down to the drain actually, and then the other part goes to the coach.
Okay.
So anyways, it'll all work out. I just got to be able to get in there. I already checked my crimping tool to make sure I can fit my crimping tool in there.
Yeah.
That'd
be bad.
Pain if I couldn't get the crimp in there to re-crimp it once I got it on there. That would be a problem.
Yep. You might have to switch to just regular hose clamps where you screw them tight.
Or I can go out and get some shark fittings, shark bites, which are push-ons.
Oh yeah. So is it the hard polyplex, or is it the vinyl line that comes through there?
It's the hard polyplex.
Okay. Yeah, that's way easier to work with. I really hate that flexible poly line, or the flexible line, because it's not really meant to go on the connectors that they're using in the first place. So unless you have the crimp fittings like you normally use, it's really tough to get a seal on those.
Yeah, and not to mention the Tiffin ones, the Tiffin soft poly lines require a special clamp to work.
Yeah.
The normal ones that you buy at Home Depot and stuff do not fit.
Yep.
I actually had to get the clamp directly from Tiffin. But in this case, it's the hard poly line, so I don't have that issue.
Yep.
But I am considering going up to Home Depot, because this is all half-inch line, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it is.
I'm thinking about actually going up to Home Depot and just getting myself a Shark Bite T connector.
Yep. I mean, that would be dead simple. It'd make that repair go way quicker.
Yeah, it would. It would. So that's what I might end up doing. I think, in fact, let me look on Amazon right now.
Those things are expensive though. It's like, it'll be 15 to 20 bucks just for that Shark Bite T.
Let's see, Shark Bite T fitting, half inch. 13 bucks, you're right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's picking up on, and actually David's video is blocking a bunch of it. Over to our left, there's a lot of precip coming down. You can see coming across the mountains. It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, I'm in the way.
That's okay. I think people will forgive you. Or forgive me for putting you in the way, I guess.
Michael, you put me in the way.
Coming into Albuquerque now. I had to figure out a way to remind myself how to say or how to spell Albuquerque. It's not obvious to me because I'm not used to being in this area for and needing to spell the name. So it's Albuquerque is how I say it so that I remember how to spell it.
Hey, Michael, I'm not mistaken. It is half inch.
Yes, it is half inch.
Okay. Yeah, 13 bucks.
Okay. That's cheaper than it is at Home Depot, I think.
I won't be able to get it until Tuesday. I think you're right. I think that'd be the easiest and quickest way to do the repair.
Yep. Yeah, that way you don't have to fight with the crimp connector or the crimp fittings or anything like that, and the crimp tool up in that space. It'll make it quite a bit easier.
Yeah, it's a tight space.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just make sure you get a good square cut on your pecs before you try to push it into the Shark Bite.
Fred Fulker says he uses smart things at his last home. Bought a couple of tables to use them to control lighting and what have you.
Yeah, smart things. So there's really kind of various levels of home automation stuff. Smart things is a really good introduction to home automation, and you can do a lot with it. I'm not trying to downplay it, but it depends on the cloud, number one, and I think they're actually working on that to make more of the stuff continue to work locally when the cloud's offline, when your internet's down or something. But still, the primary interaction with it expects the internet to be present for it to do its thing, and it's limited on the actual devices you can connect to it, and it's kind of difficult to get secondary, like individual developed things like Coach Proxy, for example. It's really tough to get that integrated into Smart Things. Home Assistant, on the other hand, is completely open source. It has a lot of APIs to be able to pump data into it or to accept control signals out of it. It's extremely powerful, and it is all locally managed. There's nothing that's cloud dependent except for if you use like a voice assistant integration or a text to speech that's in the cloud. You can do local text to speech, by the way. Or if you use a product that requires you to go to the cloud API for it. So a lot of things, in order to gain access to their API through their developer platform, require you to go to the cloud. So beyond that, though, everything else is all local and will continue to operate even if your internet is down. And it gives you a lot of flexibility on tying different products together and making, you know, multiple things that aren't supposed to talk together because they're not from the same ecosystem, actually using them all together in one way. So it's extremely powerful.
So this next one goes out directly to Red Jaguar. How's Loki? So we're going to go on a little walk around the coach here real quick.
Nice.
And
driving down the highway and walking around the coach. I love it.
That's right. So don't do this at home, people. How's Loki doing? He's doing like this.
Vegging on the couch.
There's Loki. So this is about the extent of the day for him because he hears the rain, and when he hears the rain, he becomes really depressed. And this is basically what happens all day long.
Oh, poor Loki.
And since it's raining so hard and we use a Magnashade, Michael, tell us what happens when we use a Magnashade when it rains.
It gets drenched and you can't see through it.
Ta-da!
Yep.
So there you go, people. This is what happens when you use a Magnashade and you can't see because it's raining.
Yep. It's really fun too when it frosts over. Like if you get rain in the evening and then it freezes overnight.
Hey, so while Michael and Luke are driving, I can walk around our coach and you can see our coach.
Yep.
There's Brenda. This is our sink and stuff. Hi, Brenda. Hi, Brenda. This is my clothes drying from when I got caught in the rain trying to fix the water leak. This is our bedroom back here, and back here is our our shower area and bathroom, and our washer and dryer. And back in this closet is my server. Unlike Michael, Michael has a server, which you guys know. We talked about that. But there's mine, my little guy right back there. And Michael, I'm catching up to you. I put another 8 terabyte hard drive in today.
Oh, nice. What's that bring you up to?
Because I lost all of my movies that one time.
Oh.
I reduced it since I didn't want to keep the drives. Since I didn't need all the storage, I disabled all my 4 terabyte drives, and I started replacing them one at a time with 8 terabyte drives. That I'm just adding them as I need them now. So they're not wasting power, basically just running, doing nothing.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 West.
So I just added another one, so that gives me 16 terabytes. Woo!
Wait, how much?
16 terabytes.
16. Nice.
I had 20 because I had all my drives were 4 terabyte drives, but now I got 2 drives. So that's 16 gigs, and I can go with. I can add another 4 drives.
West for 80 miles.
So just so you're aware, David, I have 12 discs.
I know.
I have 12 discs in my storage, right? And each individual disc is 16 terabytes.
Yeah, I know.
Lehnanne was laughing when you said that. She said, I think I have 16 terabytes in audiobooks.
Audiobooks. We'll have to get some of those audiobooks from you then.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can you do
You should come to.
Flex?
You can, and I could also give you access to our BookSonic server. So there's actually a server now that you can run yourself and serve up your own audiobooks to a mobile app and everything. It's very Audible-esque. So we'll grant you access to our BookSonic instance, so you can get access to all of our books.
Phil Amir Shah asks, have either of you used Habut? Habit? Habit? Habit?
I'm sorry.
Habit?
I'm going across. I was going across segmented concrete, so I couldn't really hear, and going across it again now.
Habitat? Phil is asking, have either of us used Habitat? Or
Oh,
Habitat.
Habitat. Yeah, Habitat. I did look at it before I went to Home Assistant. So, back when I really first started trying to figure out what home automation stuff I wanted to play with, I played with Habitat. I played with Dometics, I think is the name of it, or Dometiz, and then Home Assistant and Home Seer. And
Home Seer is what we use a lot of.
Yeah. And at that very moment, I actually chose Home Seer, which is why David went to Home Seer at first as well. And it was something that David had used in his house before, so he was familiar with it, or regained familiarity with really quickly. I can't remember why I did not stick with Habitat. For me, it came down to Dometics or Home Assistant after I played with Home Seer for a while. And I think I didn't stick with Dometics because if I remember right, and I'm sure I'm not saying that one correctly, but it's like DOMITICZ or something. Anyway, I think that one runs on Java, if I remember correctly. And I really don't enjoy Java in the slightest. I really try not to run Java on anything. So although BookSonic does run Java, but it's in a container, so I don't really worry about it that much. But yeah, Home Assistant is all in Python. So since I can write Python and understand it and tweak it and do stuff, it gives me a lot more confidence in, if something goes sideways, at a minimum, I can know what it is and see the code that's wrong with it. And if I'm really feeling froggy, then I'll just fix it myself and submit a patch upstream, like I did for the ambientweather.net to be able to add the particulate meter readings to it.
Fred Faulkner says, wait a minute, I thought Michael is the storage guy. He can't help poor David? Now, I will say, Fred, at one point, I had more storage than Michael. I had 20 terabytes at one point.
Yeah, and I did offer my QNAP to David. That would have bumped him up to about 100 terabytes.
He did, but understand, see, Michael and I both store a lot of stuff, but the problem I run into is I got really turned off because I got really upset because I lost my entire library of 800 plus movies in one foul swoop because of a software glitch in
MB.
In MB. EMBY. MB is my media player, my media server. And for what they released a new update, and I got the update, blah, blah, blah. I went to delete from the media contents. I went to delete a single movie. And for whatever reason, it went all the way back to the root level of the movie collection and wiped the entire collection of movies. And so I no longer need all that storage. and I don't know. It's right now. I just added another 8 terabytes just because I can get the drive at $122 versus $220. So I grabbed one real quick. But yeah, I at one point before Michael had his super server, I had more storage than Michael, so blah to him, even though he works on it for a living. And Dave, Arnie asks, what am I using as a platform? I use Unraid, UNRAID, Unraid. I've been using it for, since Unraid version 1. Anyways, that's that.
Yeah, Unraid is definitely
just storage.
Unraid is definitely a good project. The issue I have is I work in storage all day, so I know the code underneath, and I didn't feel like I needed to pay them to be able to use the software that I use on a day-to-day basis in the open world to begin with. So their real secret sauce, though, is their UI on top, and it is slick. It is very powerful. But I
still like QNAP. QNAP does a good job.
What's that?
QNAP does a great job.
Sorry. The first time you said it, a truck was going by. The second time I hit a pothole, so everything was vibrating. So I still couldn't hear you. Yep. Anyway, didn't get that one. Anyway. So Unraid.
QNAP, the QNAP NASs are pretty good NASs.
Yeah, so I did have a QNAP for a while. But the thing that torqued me on it was they do a lot of obfuscation of the logs. Matter of fact, they don't log a lot of the stuff that normal Linuxes log, and it is a Linux-based storage appliance. And since I'm a Linux geek, I wanted to be able to get in under the hood and see what was going on whenever something wasn't working. So I think the thing that pushed me over the edge was it just randomly reset itself, rebooted itself one day, and I could find nothing in any logs that indicated why it might have done that. So that was when I decided to build my Uber server. I just didn't want to continue to mess with something that I couldn't fix myself if I wanted to. Let me see, maybe I can...
Fred Folks says, Michael, I use Gluster for my storage for Linux servers.
That's funny. My team is split in half. Half of my team that I'm on is Ceph storage, and the other half is Gluster storage. So we do support for storage for Red Hat, in case I hadn't said that in the stream.
Wait a minute, I thought you did support for me.
For Google. What?
That was a joke.
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little slow on the uptake while I'm driving slowly up a big hill. Coming out the west.
Look at that semi. That semi that you just passed, that I'm seeing now for the first time, that you just passed. That was a really cool semi. It was all rubber.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen it a couple times. We've passed each other once or twice. I'm not sure what's inside it, but yeah, it's like they stretched rubber over the whole trailer. Ah, crap.
What are your thoughts about Synergy NAS applications?
Say that one again.
What are your thoughts about Synology NAS applications?
They're fine. Yeah, Synology and QNAP are both pretty much neck and neck as far as what their capabilities are and their quality and everything. I'm sure they each have, one thing that one is better at, and then something else that the other's better at, just a little bit. But all in all, they're very comparable, Synology and QNAP. Drobo is another big one that's really popular. Drobo's big claim to fame is that you can swap disks. You can swap any single disk without losing access to your data, because of course it's redundant in some way. But beyond that, you can mix and match disk sizes, and you will gain the extra capacity of the larger disks as you swap out smaller ones automatically. And it sounds like, David, Unraid is doing that to some extent now too. Is that right?
That's exactly how Unraid operates. Yes.
Okay. So
yeah. So when I took out my 4 terabyte drive to upgrade it to an 8 terabyte, all I did is I pulled out the drive, popped in the new drive, told it to go ahead, and it just rebuilt the whole thing off of parity on the other drive and added the extra storage on the new drive.
Yep. Yeah. So that's really cool. So it sounds like if you want to do that type of thing mix and match disc sizes and not worry about native RAID striping or any of the issues that come with native RAID, like RAID 5, RAID 6, then either unRAID or the Drobo. Woo! Now we're getting into some wintry mix. Just started hitting. So either unRAID or Drobo. Synology and QNAP both, they rely on RAID. Sorry, I'm running my windshield wipers here now. So the issue with RAID is you really tend to have the same size discs. Otherwise, if you put a bigger disc in, you can't realize the size of that bigger disc. You can't gain that extra capacity until you replace all the discs. But even then, because it's RAID, and the RAID array was built with a specific size in mind and striped specifically for that size, the only way you can ever regain that extra space is once you've swapped all the discs to the bigger discs, is to wipe everything, reformat the RAID array to use the bigger size disc, and then put the data back on. So what's called an in-place upgrade of capacity is nearly impossible with Synology and QNAP. Whereas with unRAID and Drobo, you can do that one drive at a time and continue to gain that extra capacity.
Our being between the sheets says he's had bad luck with Buffalo NAS. Yeah, they haven't been doing so great in the past. And John Buxham says, I'm guessing this is going out to you, Michael. Is your disk storage is set up as RAID 5? I'm guessing it's RAID 10.
So you can pick, at least with QNAP. QNAP is the one that I had, so that's the one I'm most familiar with. But I'm pretty sure Synology and QNAP work the same way. When you first set up the device with the discs, you tell it how you want to configure the discs. Like if you want two discs to be a RAID 1, which is a full mirror, and then 5 discs to be a RAID 5 array or something like that. So, in that situation, you might keep your home directories on the mirror because that's irreplaceable stuff. And then you might keep your movie collection on the RAID 5. So you get more capacity with some failure capability, failure tolerance, but not a full mirror. So that's the kind of stuff you do with Synology and QNAP. What I did on my current Uber server, I'm using ZFS, which is really a combination of a disk management and striping and data management and file system all in one package and one code base. So there's a lot of features that you get from that make it extremely useful from home data server storage, like snapshots and all kinds of cool stuff. But what I'm doing with mine is
where
I've got 12 discs, but they're in 3 groups of 4, and each group of 4 discs, one of those 4 is a parity. So I have 3 redundant striped sets where any single disc in any of those group of 4 could fail and I would still be perfectly fine. Or 1 disc from each of those group of 4. 3 separate discs could fail and I'd still be fine. The benefit of that with ZFS is it lets you expand your storage in those 4 disc groups. So I could have done a 6 disc group, or I could have done a full 12 disc group and only had 1 parity. That'd be a little living on the edge as far as fault tolerance goes and in the data world. But I could have, gone 6 disc with 1 parity or 12 disc with 1 parity. But then in order to expand that storage, you have to put another full 12 discs or another full 6 discs. So the way I set it up, I can add 4 discs at a time and continue to grow my storage capacity out that way.
Yeah, in my particular case, as I was mentioning, that mine is running on a parity system, kind of like Michael, but it's a single parity system where I got 1 parity drive. The parity drive has to be the largest drive in the array. Any other drive has to be the same size or smaller, and it will work. But I can lose any of those one drive. I can lose any of those drives and still be good, but I got to get that drive replaced right away to get that parity built back up. On the positive side of, if I lose more than one drive, all I'm losing at that point is whatever is on that drive, period. I don't lose my entire collection like a RAID array system would.
Right.
I just lose whatever is on that drive, stored physically on that drive. So that's kind of cool. And another main thing about Unraid and what they're doing, and other ones might be like that also, is that they, I can actually build another Unraid server and tie them together, and they act as one server.
Yep. Yeah, you can do similar stuff with the ZFS stuff. Again, all this stuff that I'm doing now is much more deep in the weeds than what a QNAP or Synology or Drobo or Unraid does. Because
Michael, you normally do stuff that's normally deep in the weeds anyways.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm sure it was a joke at my expense, but I couldn't hear you.
It was. I said it's normal. Let's face it, you normally do stuff that puts you deep in the weeds anyways.
Yes, that is true. Yep. It is all the way up. Yeah. Sorry, the little laptop speakers are not very capable, so it's tough for me to hear sometimes whenever there's noise in the coach. Yep, it is fully all the way up. Anyway, yeah, I like to be able to dig deep in the weeds. So I'm actually running on that server. It's a virtualization environment called Proxmox, Proxmox, and then I'm running ZFS underneath that. And I have different levels of cache. So I have a pair of mirrored SSD cache drives, and then I also have a single standalone NVMe cache drive. So I can take advantage of, and this is all built into ZFS. You can create these. Sorry, I'm slowing down. There's a few frost heaves here. So you can create these various levels of high-speed access or normal speed access or whatever you want to do with it. It's a very capable but crazily, you can get very complicated with it.
And Michael, do you shut down your server when you travel?
I do not.
And we run the dishwasher.
And yeah, so the server's running and the dishwasher's running right now.
How do you even risk taking the chance of not shutting down the server with the hard drive spinning?
So I first justified it with the QNAP and the little storage box I had before that, because the discs were all on edge throughout the chassis. So at most, if there was a hard hit vertically, it would cause the heads to move down instead of contacting the platter. It wouldn't vibrate into the platter. So that was my justification on that. But now all my discs are horizontal, so that's no longer the case. I don't know. It's a risk I'm okay accepting at this point.
Well, just curious. I always shut down my server before we transport and then turn it back on when we get somewhere. Just because I don't like the idea of those spinning heads and something might flap against a frost heave or a pothole, and there goes your drive.
Yeah, it's so we have a little bit of difference as well in the fact that my server is up front, whereas your server's in the back. So with my server being up front, it's a less harsh rise and fall, whereas yours being on the extreme end of the coach, there's a more vertical lift because it's amplified from the point of the impact, which would be the rear tires, whereas mine being between the two tires, it's actually subdued a bit comparatively.
Well, I'm definitely going to continue turning off my server when we travel.
Yep, that's fine.
Now, if I had all SSDs, that's one thing, but let's face it, you and I, even for what we do, we can't put SSDs to that level of storage because they're just way too costly.
Yeah, all SSD would be great. And one day I'll be there.
I even recommend to people who have Hopper 3 units in their motor coaches for dish network, to unplug their boxes when they travel because,
Yeah.
you know, you got a spinning hard drive there, and I don't want them to turn on their box or go to use their box and find out that their DVR no longer functions because of the hard drive, and then trying to get that repaired or replaced from Dish Network. Dish Network, by the way, now it has no issues with people having Hopper 3s in their motor coaches. They used to not allow it. They would void warranties if they found out it was in a motor coach.
Oh, wow.
Now they're all for it. They think it's great, and they do, however, is they do ask that, you know, if you remember to please unplug the box before you travel.
Yeah, and it makes sense on that as well because it serves no function when you're driving down the highway. There's no satellite signal for it to record, and if you're the one driving or in the passenger seat, you're not watching it anyway. So there's no benefit to it being running while you're driving down the highway. I'm still downloading stuff in the background and recording all my cameras and all that stuff. So it's really actually being used full time, basically. I don't know.
Arnie Carlson is asking, how do you offsite back up your NAS?
Well, I will tell you what you should do, and I will tell you what I do. What you should do is called a 3-2-1 backup. You have, looks like we're dropping in and out of signal here, so it may not come through, but it's called 3-2-1 backup. 3 copies of data on 2 different storage mediums, and one of them has to be offsite. That is the gold standard for data redundancy. Realistically, if you have only 1 copy of your data, you might as well not have any copy, because all it takes is 1 failure for you to lose that, or a fire or a tornado or something like that. So that's where the 3-2-1 really comes in. 3 copies, 2 different storage types, like one is disk and one is tape or something like that, and then one being offsite. I think I'm losing a lot of stuff actually right now. Data is not doing so well. Can anybody, it looks like my audio is good on OBS.
I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not,
I
but
can.
Michael, his mic pack might have died for all I know. If you can hear me, let me know. At least then that's something. But if you can't hear me, then he's lost all audio altogether. So I'm not sure you guys can hear me or not.
Am I okay to take a shower? Just turn the water pump on?
You can, Fred says he can hear both of us. Both good on my end, huh? Interesting. I hear nothing. I'm gonna reload the page. Yeah.
I'm okay for the next 53 minutes. Are you? Okay. I mean, it's 53 miles, 44 minutes. Okay. Hello, David. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, good. So I was talking about 3-2-1 backup, 3 copies, 2 different media types, and 1 copy offsite. So what a lot of people will do is, they'll have their SSD or whatever in their computer. They'll have a spinning large disk that they plug in over USB to make the backups, and then they'll have a second spinning disk that they will make a backup and keep offsite. And then they'll rotate the offsite disk with the onsite disk. So they have an incremental for a week, let's say, for your onsite USB disk, and then they'll take that disk away and then bring the offsite disk back and catch it up to current. So at any given time, if let's say there was a fire at your house, you'd lose your disk that's in your computer, and you'd lose your local spinning disk, but you'd have your offsite disk that would give you at least data up to the most recent week when you swapped it out or something like that. Cloud storage is another big thing right now,
Yeah,
of
but
course.
the question is, how do you do it?
What's that?
So, but the question is how do you do it?
Oh, how do I do it? I don't. I depend on the data redundancy and resiliency of the local storage, which is by
Now,
far not the right way to do things.
I will say that Michael is in better a situation than I currently am in regards to my NAS, and that is the fact that his NAS is based on, because of his coach, he's the model of his coach. He took out his fireplace that was up front, and behind the fireplace area, actually that is his outdoor door that opens up out there, which is a cabinet. And we don't have that. Our outdoor door, if I open it up, is a TV. So my server is in the back of my coach. So what am I leading this all up to? I'm leading this all up to is if our coach catches on fire, I have no way of getting back and grabbing my NAS. However, if Michael coach's catches on fire, he can open up the exterior door, I do believe, and rip out his NAS.
It would take a little more than that because it actually slides out to the inside of the coach.
But you,
And that damn thing weighs easily 120 pounds. So it would be a little tough with all the discs in it to pull out. Now, I might start ejecting discs and handing them out the door to Lehnanne or something, but
I don't care about that.
Lehnanne says she didn't care about that. She's getting the animals and leaving.
20 miles.
I don't blame her. But I actually thought you had done it, so you had a way to extract that whole machine from your external outdoor door.
No, I didn't do it that way because if I needed to work on the thing, I didn't want it to have to slide outside for me to work on it and it be raining like, say it is in Houston right now and you need to fix your water line. With this, I can slide it inside the coach and work on it no matter what the conditions are outside.
True.
So you said we're getting off at exit 108?
108.
Okay.
Dancing Eagle Truck Stop and Casino.
Dancing Eagle Truck Stop and Casino. We've modified our plans a little bit to get off at exit 108 instead of 79. Lehnanne's having a bit of a pain flare from the vibration of the roads through Albuquerque. So it's only gonna shave a few minutes off, but it'll at least get us stationary a bit quicker.
You guys can keep talking, I'm just gonna stop.
Lehnanne says David and I can keep talking though.
Oh, great.
Don't mind me.
I wasn't expecting this at all. All I did is chimed in and said hello.
I know. But hey, it's fun, right?
I enjoy it, yes.
Lehnanne says she's enjoying it. She's enjoying not having to entertain.
You get the break. Doesn't read the screen. She doesn't do any of that. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, she just said the Michael and David show.
Now, what would be a trick is if David and you combined when you're both driving down the road.
Oh,
And then
wow.
Right then I wouldn't have to worry about anything.
Did you hear that? So if we're both traveling on the same day,
you would. I heard that, but yes, they would still have to contend with reading the messages. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out right now. It's funny you brought up how it was brought up how we're doing offsite backup. I actually use carbon not carbon copy. Used to be carbon copy. Now it's something else. Crash Plan. I use Crash Plan to do my server and also to do my MacBooks. However, they just freaking went from $5 a month per machine to $10 a month per machine. Literally, I got my bill and it was double the price.
Ouch.
And
Yeah.
there was no warning on that whatsoever, so I'm really mad. So I also have my MacBooks are backed up to my server through Time Machine, which is fine. I have a history and everything, but Crash Plan allowed me to go back all the way as far as I wanted to find files that I might have deleted by mistake, a year ago maybe. But after them pulling that bullshit, I just want to pull pull the plug and ditch it, even though I got 15 years of storage with them.
Yeah. Crash Plan, they used to have a capability where, like, if you and I wanted to back each other up, we could do that as friends, and we would only be consuming, and it would be fully encrypted on the remote end, so there's no security risk or anything. But they stripped that out of their software. Now, there is other software that we could use to do something like that.
Yeah, the problem is even with Crash Plan, Michael, I always omitted the movie drive and the TV drive volumes, because that's just a lot of redundancy of backup of shows that we might be able to get back somewhere else. So, and then all of my images, photographs before the advent of Google Photos and what have you, everything I took was automatic. I had a little app on my phone that if I was out and about, when I got back to the motor coach, it would automatically dump from my phone to my server for backing up photos. But now everything goes to Google Photos. So that's I don't even need that anymore. So I don't know. I want to do something. I want to back up something to my cloud, my most important files. So I think I might start using Google Drive and use that to do that backup. Just for my important files kind of thing. Versus, I'm not worried about the download stuff.
There's a lot of options. So it depends on what type of stuff you're backing up and your level of comfort with something like Google Drive or whatever. You might want to consider doing something like local encryption before you back it up to Google Drive. That way, if someone gained access to your data, and I'm not thinking Google employees specifically or anything like that, I'm thinking more of
got access to my username and password.
So in that situation, it'd be all out there, an open book basically. So there are ways that you can do, the common phrase is trust no one encryption. So you encrypt it locally before it ever goes up to the cloud, and that way the cloud never has your password, and they never have the plain text or unencrypted versions of the data that you're putting up there.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that, because I do want to now, because like I said, I've been with that company Crash Plan forever, and it's been great. I mean, I used to use that, back in the Windows days, and I say Windows days as if it doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't to me, but but I go back with I mean, I can go back and find files from 15 years ago if I needed to.
Oh wow.
And I mean,
no wonder they raised your price.
But still, it kills me that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my bill is now from $15 a month to $30 a month. It just doesn't make sense. And I can buy, for $100 a year, I can buy 2 terabytes of storage on Google Drive.
It's not a bad way to go for sure. There's all kinds of options as well. I mean, you've got Dropbox, you have Amazon AWS if you want to. You can even use their Glacier storage for stuff that you don't want access to very frequently. That's what one of the developers I know uses, Glacier, and his bill's like $2 a month or something, and he's got all of his code backed up there or whatever. But there are a lot of options. And we could definitely set something up as well. There's a lot of interpersonal sync things that you can do. Actually, there's one called Sync Thing. Anyway, it's something we could talk to, because I might have a little bit of space.
Fred Falkers. Fred writes, do you guys find it difficult to work remote with just a laptop screen, or do you hook up external monitors? I'm just using my 15-inch MacBook Pro. Michael, however, has dual big monitors because he works full-time for a living and needs the real estate. And he likes things big.
I've got
So Michael's got 2 Well, you tell them what you got.
I've got actually, for my main desktop, I have a 34-inch curved gaming monitor that's 3440 by 1440 resolution, and it's on a lift. So it actually, whenever we're getting ready to go down the highway, I hit a button and the whole screen and monitor and everything drops down behind the desk. And on top of the monitor is a cutout of the desk. So when it goes down, it seals completely around the desk itself. So it's just flat work surface then. And then I have a little portable 10-inch full HD display that I can plug in either over USB-C or HDMI if I want to, just to get an extra screen, or if I want to use that for like working on my servers or something like that, where I don't normally have a monitor hooked up, I'll use that little portable screen. So that's really how I typically work. And then I have, oh crap, I have this laptop with HP Spectre 13, 4K OLED panel on it. Then I have a Razer 2020 gaming laptop. It's their 15-inch advanced model that also has a 4K OLED screen. And then I have a MacBook, or not a MacBook, a Chromebook that I put behind the chair here while we're driving down the highway. So in case Lehnanne needs something with a keyboard for whatever reason, troubleshooting something or whatever, I can slide it out and hand it to her. I'm thinking about buying a MacBook, one of the new Apple Silicon MacBooks, because I'm really lusting after it, but I've already ordered one once and canceled the order, talked myself back out of it. But I'm sure I'll end up with one of those.
Ooh, that sounded like a hard hit.
We're never gonna get
There's
over
a speed trap ahead.
Yeah, there was a bit of a crunch there.
At 6 miles.
Okay.
Another one. Boom.
It may be amplified because I put my hand on the thing here where your microphones are picking up.
Ah.
Anyway. And then we have TVs all over the place. Tiffin puts 4 TVs in the 45-foot buses, 3 inside, 1 outside. So if I'm really, hungry for screen real estate, I'll just plug into TV.
Oh, are you coming up to the Rock rest stop?
The what rest stop?
Rock. Oh, that's in Arizona. Never mind.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's
it's
in Arizona. No, that's you're talking about the one with the on the way out of
Boulder.
Arizona into New Mexico.
All the boulders.
Yeah, Texas
Yep.
Canyon.
Texas Canyon is what it's called.
This
Oh,
is
love that
Laguna
rest stop.
Canyon.
Yeah, so Lehnanne says this is Laguna Canyon that we're coming up on here.
And this whole town is shut down. It said the sign back there.
Oh wow, the sign back there said the entire town is shut down.
Yeah. Laguna closed. Open gas only. Mask required.
Wow.
I don't know if you guys, we told you or not, but we got an alert on our phone here in Houston. Our phones went off, kind of like an Amber Alert.
Yeah.
But it was telling us that stay inside, don't go out, blah blah blah. It was wear a mask. It was a pretty, it was a wide health alert. Basically, code red, stay at home, don't go out unless you have to, kind of.
Yeah, that was like a week ago, right?
Actually, we got another one a few days ago.
Oh, okay. Because I think when you got one a week ago or so, we got the same one in Burleson.
Ah,
I don't think we got one a couple days ago, though.
yeah, we got one directly for Houston.
I have the Nevada COVID tracker app though now.
Lehnanne says she has the Nevada COVID tracker app now for when we get into
They don't
state.
even have that in Texas. They don't have a tracker app for Texas.
Oh, of course not.
Of course.
So yeah, evidently this entire town is shut down. Gas stations only, and you must wear a mask
Well, this is
to even go to the gas stations.
This is indigenous nation. I don't know
Oh,
which
okay.
one it is, but it's
Yeah, it's an indigenous tribal land. So the indigenous, the Indian reservations or indigenous reservations, they really got hit hard with the pandemic.
Be aware that today is Brenda, go ahead.
Native American Heritage Day.
So today is Native American Heritage Day. That's why things are closed now.
No, they're closed down from COVID.
No, that one said it was closed down for COVID.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Actually said that.
This
Okay,
is the
never mind.
Navajo Nation, and those numbers get counted on in coronavirus and NC Live.
Oh, do they? Okay, cool.
And this is part
Interesting.
of the Navajo Nation. I don't know what actual tribe is in this area, but yeah, there was a big blinker sign back there.
So how many more miles to our exit?
4.
Okay, yep, 4 miles.
So Michael, LG finally came out with their 49-inch OLED TV.
Oh.
And the largest TV I can put in is a 50-inch, which is what I have now in the space I have, which means I'd have to lose an inch if I switch to OLED.
Yeah.
But,
you know, size isn't everything.
But my TV I have now is the Samsung, you know, the QLED, the QNAP or whatever, or not QNAP.
The Q dot.
Q dot. That's it. Yeah. So I mean, it's still a really good set as it is. But I just thought, you know, they took them forever to come out with a smaller OLED because the price to manufacture the OLEDs, it doesn't make it cost effective to make a smaller screen.
Yeah. When it used to be the smaller screens was all you could get.
Yeah, but now nobody wants to make anything below 55 inches for OLED. But LG finally released their OLED version, a 49-inch version. But I think I'm okay right now.
Yeah. I've considered getting one of the newer generation OLEDs. I haven't done it because it's really, I can't really justify the cost. But the newer generation LG OLEDs, so mine, whenever something is black, there's actually just the slightest bit of a red cast. If you have secondary light in the room or something that is reflecting off the screen, you can see just a hint of red cast to it. The new ones don't have that. They're pitch black, no matter what the lighting situation is.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't really bother me, which is why I haven't jumped on it yet. But it is something to consider. The new ones are still a little better, and they have faster processors and all this stuff. But I don't use any of the smart features of the TV at all. I want my TV to be dumb, because, yep. And I'm guessing that on the left side there is okay. The TV manufacturers have a track record of continuously spying on what you're watching, and a lot of them have microphones in their sets for you to do voice activated searches of things on smart, on the smart services, and I don't trust them. I don't trust them with the microphone in the living room. I don't trust them, not that I block all the advertising, all kinds of stuff anyway, but I just don't care to have them know everything I'm watching all day, every day. Not that we watch TV all day, every day, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
So I actually use an NVIDIA Shield TV, which is Google based, and some people don't like Google knowing what they're watching and everything else, but at least Google has a policy to be able to read and know what they're collecting and what they're doing with it, and they have their own reputation on the line, and an impetus, a good reason to honor what it is they're telling you. Whereas TV makers, there's really no driving force for them to tell you exactly what they're doing or how they're using your data.
It's clear.
I still gotta stop.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
Okay, danke.
There's an RV park if we need water.
We don't really. Well, yeah, we might not fit.
Continue for 29 miles.
If the casino's closed, we could probably just park in the casino parking lot.
They have a gate up,
The water pump,
because I
the
didn't
code
see,
produces
they have an entrance, I think they have
every
it
pump
gated up.
makes water.
Okay.
Well, I'm just thinking. Stop. What we're trying.
No, that water pump is only for pumping water through our spigots. The other water pump produces the water you just used and puts it back into the tank.
Ah, you're talking about RO production.
Yeah, Brenda was like, "Hey, since I have the water pump turned off, does that stop our water from being
Turn
made?"
left onto
Ah.
West Blue Water Road, then turn
That's a
left
good
onto
question.
Casablanca Road.
For her.
Turn left onto Casablanca Road, Cosima Drive.
Are you stopping for fuel or stopping for a break?
Back into that one.
Yeah, see the grate is on
Yeah.
our side, so we can bring out those slides, or keep going, find another one. It's up to you.
Yeah, I was wondering
Are you
if
stopping?
we could go over here next to the grass or something.
Yeah, probably.
I
Are
mean,
you stopping for the day?
yeah, we're stopping for the day here.
Okay.
I can't take no more.
Lehnanne's pain level's through the roof, so we're gonna try to get off the road and let her recuperate a little bit.
I think that sloped too much.
Yeah, I think so too. This is all pretty sloped down here too. Maybe we can find something closer to the top.
I don't think this place is gonna get full, so we could probably straddle.
Yeah, but I'd rather not do that just because there's a lot of hash marks here. I think we might be able to get level. Oh, but we want to go the other way, right? Because we want this side out. So I'm going to loop around and pull back through that one. You could have an RV driving course out here and nobody'd be bothered. The parking lot's so big. Probably should have swung wider, but this will work. Yes, this will work very well.
I got good ideas.
Oh, the generator started. I guess we
That's
depleted. I guess we depleted the batteries.
You got the AC on?
No, but it ran all day yesterday and then kicked. Yeah, I'm getting ready to now. Okay, I'm leveling. Ran all day yesterday. The generator kicked on at like 11:30, almost midnight last night, and charged up. So then it's been running since basically 1 a.m. to now on the batteries, and so just started up the generator to recharge again.
But shouldn't your alternator be charging the batteries?
No, I'm 24 volt lithium ions. There's no link.
Oh, that's right. That's right. There's no. That's right.
Yep. No link between the two.
Well, enjoyed traveling. Didn't need to get into this with you, but that was kind of fun regardless.
Yeah.
And good to see you. Hope Luke feels better and get those slides out so she can lay down.
Yep, absolutely. It's we're leveling now. Looks like we should be able to level hydraulically. It's not too much pitch on this little section, so all good.
So hey everybody, I'm David.
I'm Michael, and we're Turtle Bubbles.
Turtle Bubbles. Good, Luke. That was good. That was good. Hey, when we're traveling together, we're turtlebubbles.com.
Yep.
Oh, that was perfect. But in any case, I'm just along for the ride on this particular trip, guys. I hope you enjoy the travels. Hey, Michael, what time are you planning on leaving tomorrow?
Probably 9 a.m.-ish local time, so that'd be 9 a.m. Mountain.
And what kind of travel time do you have tomorrow?
Another full day, another 5.5 hours. Yeah, Lehnanne said, clear your schedule. She's tapping out. You get to ride with me the whole time.
Oh, boy. Well, what I can do, well, I was thinking that I figure out, I won't be up that early, trust me. But what I'll do is, if we're pretty sure we're going to have a signal like we just had, we can do this thing again. And then what I'll do is before I come to you guys, I'll go live on our channel and tell everybody, hey, we're going live. But guess what? We're traveling live with Michael and Lou.
Right.
And then people can jump over, and there I'll be in your motor coach.
Yeah, absolutely. Now keep in mind, 9 a.m. our time is 10 a.m. your time, so you might be up by then.
Yeah, I would, but I probably won't be coherent.
You could just show up in your PJs.
Yeah. Anyways, it's an idea.
Yep.
Are you arriving tomorrow?
No, that'll get us to Kingman unless we stop early, and then we'll have. If we get to Kingman tomorrow, then we'll have a 2-hour drive ahead of us on Sunday to arrive into Las Vegas.
Kingman, Bosco, San Bernardino. Sorry, Route 66. Yeah. Any case, okay. Well, I'll let you guys go. Hi,
right.
everybody out there. Bye, everybody out there. You take care. Keep safe. I'm David.
I'm Michael. Turtle Bubbles.
Bye.
We'll see you later.